TEP production. Giving out instruction. I just keep it intact, this is a fact, right and exact, I won't step back. Admiration is the feeling that inspires your brain to make you gain self-knowledge, not go insane. I'm Satan's antagonist, acknowledge what I speak. I cannot be duplicated cause I'm born unique. Brother Kareem told me if I want it, I gotta take it. Kareem told me if we need it, we gotta make it. Nasir just said stand up and be a man. You're planning to fail if you fail to plan. Keep your circle tight, know your plight, fight with all your might. Study hard, stay in shape and everything will be alright.
This beat is slapping, before I make it happen I just wanna ask, may I rise higher with fire, made brighter than May, sharp lines, may climb and rhyme and may timing like sirens, may my thoughts may spray as I sway, may play with the day, may each bar may spark from the dark, may making the arc, may I shift, may gifted with riffs, may lifted no myth, may move clean, smooth in between, may carving out the scene, may words guide my glide as the tide, may ride on the inside, may minds free, may deep in the key, may shape in the sea, may I shine, may prime in my rhyme, may throw in the sign, may break norms, may storms in the red form, may lightning is born.
Let's go.
Get your copy. Get your copy of Fire. It's definitely a must-read. If you enjoy hood books, this one is it. Just like the title of the book, it's officially Fire. Get it on Amazon, paperback or Kindle.
I don't know how I got here. I just know I'm never going back. Just when I thought things were already crazy, it gets worse.
I'm back.
Quan?
Sapphire struggles to deal with her husband's alleged betrayal and coming to terms with Quan being alive after thinking he was deceased. Devante tries to keep a level head while dealing with family issues and unexpected disloyalty. Memories of Dre enters Devante's life in a way that he would have never imagined.
Fire Part 2, the finale.
Peace. This is the Enemy's Public. I am Bro.Nasir. I hope everyone's enjoying their evening. This evening, I want to get into the crash out. You know, when we have people who call themselves religious men and women of God, smiling in our faces, calling us brother and sister, we can't trust that. I've always said religious people are some of the meanest, cruelest people I've ever met, and you can't trust them to be good people. Now, you know, Jeff Metcalf, the father of the young man who was unfortunately killed, he met his demise by being a bully. His father, he smiled in our faces. He smiled in everybody's faces and behaved like he was this righteous person, this forgiving person. And typical of the wicked demon, typical of them. That's why they're good at going undercover. You know, as police officers, they're good at infiltrating. They're very good at that because they're very deceptive, and they're convincing to some people, to those who don't know. They're very convincing. And they didn't do it to me, but they did it to those who would believe them, that he's this righteous person. See, a red flag automatically goes up when I hear them talk, especially express themselves as our brother and sisters. I have the crash out in its entirety, and I want to play that. I'm going to play that crash out that he went on a racial tirade showing his true self and how he really feel about our people, and being the exact type of person that made his son meet his demise. We can see readily now where Austin Metcalf got his behavior from. Because the reason why Austin Metcalf met his demise under that tent is because his parents were irresponsible and they didn't raise him correctly. They raised their son thinking that he could go around telling people what to do and telling people where they can and cannot be. And because he was his size and he was used to bullying people smaller than him, he was, because I'm quite certain, because it's typical of a coward ass cracker. It's typical of them. They only mess with or try to bully who they see as soft targets. And just because somebody is small, it don't make them a soft target. And if you make somebody fear you, you are really going to get yourself hurt, because a person that's afraid of you will hurt you. It don't pay to be a bully. It don't pay to get in people's faces and violate people's space. That's not a good thing. What happened. We're going to get to the bottom of it, because a lot of things is coming out. It's with this Carmelo Anthony case. When I saw the all-white jury and there was no pushback for that, I said the fix is in. When I heard that the attorney didn't cross-examine the prosecution's witnesses, I said the fix is in. Something is wrong with this. Even all the way up to the judge. The judge denied everybody access to what we pay for. We pay local, state, and federal taxes. That means we pay for those people in that courtroom to do their jobs. And if there's footage of that situation, especially now, after a trial is done, it's supposed to be public records after a trial is done, if there's evidence. But why is the evidence of when things happen to us is played all day, every day? The brother George Floyd, they played that all day, every day. What's the other brother name in New York? Tamir Rice, the young brother, they played that all day. The brother in New York that was choked out by Daniel Pantaleo. They played that all day, every day, showing that, because I see it like this. They would not do a psychological operation on their own people. That's how I see it. But when it comes to us, they show these things all day, every day. And because that's what make it a psychological operation. Showing it all day, every day. It's not that it's fake. It's not that it's a false flag. It's that the psychological operation is how it affect the people psychologically. Salute to my brother Bronx Flat Power God, my comrade Poison's Puppet, my comrade Milestone's Thought, my comrade Voodoo Child. Thank you, brother, for joining me. I appreciate it. See, they do these things to us. They show it all day, every day when it's us. But they don't want their people to see this when it happens to them. All day, every day. They don't want that. Now, again, Jeff Metcalf crashed out. He showed us who he really is. He showed us what I suspected all along. And some of our people still won't get the message because some of us are go along to get along Negroes. And we need to stay clear of people like that. This go along to get along, Rainbow Coalition, just not with it. And I've been saying, when we were talking about delineating and we were talking about the tethers, I tried to remind our people of the original tether. The original tether is somebody like Austin Metcalf, Hunter Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf, and others. So many people have disdain and hate for our people that we shouldn't trust being around any of them. But before I get into the subject matter, I'm going to play a few music selections, just a few music selections. But we need to understand Jeff Metcalf is a representative of his people, and the vast majority of his people feel the same way about us, because you can tell by the comments they make. They can see one of us being harmed and they'll say we deserve it. They can see the truth and don't give a damn about what the truth is. They don't care about the truth because the truth has to be in you in order for it to come out of you. The truth is not in them, so it won't come out of them. These people will lie in a heartbeat. And what they did to that young brother and his family is an atrocity. They set that brother up. They set the brother up, Carmelo Anthony and his family. They set him up. Now, I'm going to play these music selections, and then we're going to get into the subject matter. Let me share my screen. We got to get with the rank and file, or we're going to have problems. We need to get with the rank and file and stop the bickering.
of Richland versus Chike Rick Chow. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Chike Rick Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty.
They flip the script and call it law, but I can read the lines. Truth gets dragged through broken glass while they rewrite the signs. Before the cameras, it was words, and words got lost in smoke. Our names went up against the badge, and too many people choke. Now every phone can catch the frame, now every feet can see the same old line, and new coastal dressed up as mercy. They want us quiet, want us small, want us scared to say the facts, but pain don't vanish when you post it, and the feet don't heal the cracks. This is nasty work, and I know it when I see it. Truth in the light, but they still try to be screening. We been hurt. Now we turn that fear to fire. When tears hit the ground, they rise up higher and higher. This is nasty work, but we standing through the night. Our babies ain't a price tag, our grief is our right. We won't bow, we won't break, we won't let them rewrite. Tears turn to a fight, tears turn to a fight. Young black child in the backlight, heart full of morning air. And a grown man turns the street into a place that ain't fair. Son or daughter, someone's world, someone's reason to believe. And to treat that sacred little life like it's nothing, honestly. We carry names like burning coal, we carry dates like stone. Trayvon in the echo chamber and more gone from the home. Cyrus in the headlines, now another mother left to cry. Another father tasting silence where his boy should have been high. They say it's just a moment, but that moment changes years. And every new attack on us is baptized in our tears. M-A-E-D-A, why can't you hear the warning call? I ain't gonna lie, I'm so mad it makes me wanna ball. But anger ain't the enemy, it's fuel for what I do. My tears will learn to march in time, my grief will make it through. This is nasty work, and I know it when I see it. Truth in the light, but they still try to be screening. We been hurt, now we turn that fear to fire. When tears hit the ground, they rise up higher and higher. This is nasty work, but we standing through the night. Our babies ain't a price tag, our grief is our right. We won't bow, we won't break, we won't let them rewrite. Tears turn to a fight, tears turn to a fight. Peace for the lost and power for the living. Peace to the hurt and the courage for the giving. If they set the stage, then we change the play. Truth got a voice and it ain't going away.
Our unity in sisterhood, brotherhood, and struggle is profound, principled, and forever.
His circle is small but solid. Every person in it has earned their place.
Not for kids. Listen, I was raised as a boy by a grown man. Learned early, you don't joke on a closed hand. Unc said, son, every smile ain't a friend. Some laughs led the lines, you can't bend back again. Cold talk, don't play or be played with. If you ain't ready for the smoke, don't say it where I'm from. You press the wrong nerve, that's war. Stand on words or don't speak, that's law. You online, typing tough in the chat box. In real life, you a foe from a small shock. You call it trolling, like that make it all right. Till a man feel tried and he come for your whole life. We don't push buttons, all men we respect. We talk straight, or we step, that's correct. If you ain't ready for the weight when it land, keep my name off your lips, be a boy, I'm a man. I'm just trolling, that's a weak man's prayer. Say it to my face, you won't dare. I was raised on the code, don't play there. Don't play with a man that don't play there. I was just joking, cross that line, buttons on the man. You wasting time, men don't test men like some cheap dare. My man got a code, can we keep that? Look, a woman push buttons, she testing my call. My endurance, my patience, what I'm built for. She might poke, she might press cause she feel me. Still my queen, I protect her if it kill me. Her words cut, I breathe, keep composure. She deserves grace, even when it's all over. She got crown energy, even in the rage. She can hit my prime, still she never leave the stage. But you a grown boy, chatting like a child. Smirking on the screen, trying to get a man riled. Then you hide behind memes and a fake laugh. I was just playing, bro. That ain't mancraft, you ain't built for the echo of what you say. You ain't ready for the price that a man pays. So when you speak, better mean every line. If you can't stand in that fire, stay stay offline. I was just trolling. That's a weak man's prayer. Say it to my face, you won't dare. I was raised on a code. Don't play there. Don't play with a man that don't play there. I was just joking. You crossed that line. Buttons on the man, you wasting time. Men don't test men like some cheap damn. A man got a code, and we keep that. I don't push buttons, I give warnings. I don't start storms, I bring warnings. I was taught, be straight, never sneak war. If I'm at your door, you knew what it's for, so keep always trolling. Out your grown mouth, or deal with the truth that you spoke about. I was just trolling. That's a weak man's prayer. Say it to my face, you won't dare. I was raised on a code. Don't play there. Don't play with a man that don't play there. I was just joking. You crossed that line. Buttons on the man, you wasting time. Men don't test men like some cheap dare. A man got a code, and we keep that.
A man with no friends or a small circle, that's a man you don't mess with. He's learned the hard way that loyalty is rare.
We're gonna go to my man Looney and Mouthpiece cooking. I heard this yesterday and I liked it, so here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, them boys be cooking, nobody be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa. Them boys be cooking, that wish work so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, nobody be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa. Wait, them boys be cooking, that wish work so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, yep. Them boys be cooking, yep. Them boys be cooking, the way they be chefing the blessing them, how they go overlook them.
Let's take them back to the stove with it. See, we so cold with it. Still dropping shit hotter than a pot of grits. Some know how to microwave whip it. I can't chef up a whole thing from a half. Hey, take a look at that. You see me cooking and cooking. Now you caught the aroma. It's so strong, let's go hit your dome before you even turn the corner. You can smell it in the coma. Since I was a young thugger, I've been a stoner. I come in peace, but no, sir, don't play with me or you'll be a goner. I can't get two fucks by the weak ass hater. Hit him with a tool like he makes no flush his whole radiator. Say, man, we going major. You might as well go pay your wager. Either sooner or later, you wanna savor the flavor. I woke up to so many blessings on blessings, I couldn't help but thank my savior. Amen.
Them boys be cooking, them boys be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa.
Hey, houseway.
Them boys be cooking, that wish work so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, the way they be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa, wait. Them boys be cooking, that wish work so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up.
Freeze when I'm cooking, they looking. I'ma set this bitch on fire. You can call me ill, gun from the loony. I'm an arsonist. They say I'm a narcissist. Can't believe in myself. Bitch, you know who you fucking with. The network 9 of the COC. Big mouthpiece, big king of cheese. Go game money, that nigga about the money, man. Good time to fucking eat. You know that I'm hungry, know that I'm starved. Bitch, I'm in the hood, just call me Rob. Chewing on beats as I hit the street. Call me Marvin. Looking up, yeah, man. The lyricist, yeah, I'm good at this. Y'all know them just talking shit. The appetite, the order of a lion. I'm a dog, I'm a motherfucker dog. Quit staying in the kitchen, gotta feed these streets. The homeless motherfucker still gon' eat. You with the master chef, my brother. Big mouthpiece, man.
Yeah, them boys be cooking, nobody be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa. Them boys be cooking, that wish work so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, the way they be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa, wait.
Salute to my good brother and comrade, Mouthpiece. Thank you for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Now we're going to go to my brother and comrade, Greedy Vegan Girl. And then we're going to get into the subject matter. We're going to get into the crash out. because it was a crash out.
Hey, sexy, what you doing? You dressed and roll with me. Put on something nice with the sun. Come hit the road with me. Love you, boo. Told you I want you to grow old with me. Longevity, loving how it's actually supposed to be. Trust me, stay close to me. Hold you down with loyalty, security. Becoming one with you deeper than loyalty. We ought to be tight as our skin. You know, accordingly, cordially. My name on your heart, that's deep embroidery. Yeah, open my life just like a book to you. Homies label me sprung. How a nigga be hooked to you. Love it when it's put to you. We make a lot of love. Lay you on your stomach and get that booty and back a rub. Damn shit, I got a dub. Beautiful butterfly. Reefing it, the honey be buzzing me with another high. Could've chose another guy. Instead you chose me. Actions speak louder than words. And then you showed me. I see you smiling, you should be. It's so attractive. Ain't nothing like it, it got me. That's how you hold me captive. No holy Baptist, just love Jones and nature's course. You shining on my horizon like the creator's thoughts. We break forth into happiness, the happiest. Unity will blot out the world. It just be you and me. True indeed, king and the wise, your queen viewing me. Immunity, the look in your eyes when you be doing me. Your body movement, the way you sway, one of a kind. I go to sleep on your heart and wake up on your mind. I'm on the grind, you keep us kosher like pickles, break the haze down, tickle your nose, give you the sniffles. You get the giggles, it's all love, I dig it, babe. You're so sexy when doing so, it drive me crazy. I love's amazing, it's pure and sweet, like fresh fruit. And digging everything about you, the sex too.
Next, we're going to get into the crash out.
He's in Washington and he's living here in Plano. He thinks he's some intelligent dude. Really? A 1989 Saab. Oh, I'm fucking impressed. Ooh.
I was watching it earlier. Let me run it back with Jeff Metcalf going on his racial tirade. Now, this is the same man, you know, he try to tell us that he's, you know, not that it's anything, trying to tell us he's this religious man who believes in forgiveness and that it's not a racial thing. That's what he tried to tell us. That's what he was saying to us. It's not a racial thing, but this dude, he tried to reinforce every stereotype about our people that's ever heard of. And what's crazy about it is this is the family that is dysfunctional. You know, the boys, he wasn't in the home, but he's talking. But I won't let you hear what he's saying. I'll just stop it as he go, and I'll point out some of the things that he can just throw on him and a stick to him. Because he did a lot of running his mouth to be someone who's a degenerate. And he, in my sentiment, is the reason why his son ended up where he's at. Jeff Metcalf, because he didn't raise him right. He raised them to be like him. It's a wonder if his ass is still walking around here. It's a wonder if he's still walking around here because of the way he raised his son. He raised his sons. He had twin boys, and he didn't do nothing with them. He couldn't think of nothing else to do with them but raise them to be racist ass bullies. And that's the reason why his son is not with him today, because his son is a racist ass bully like him. He raised his son incorrectly. You don't raise your children to be bullies. But they want to put not Austin, Hunter up there and do this performative ass act like he's innocent and like his brother was innocent, and do the typical saga that you would hear somebody playing violins. Somebody playing violins. I held him in my arms until he took his last breath and all this other bullshit. These people are wickedly wise, and they are the masters of deceit. They master that. They didn't fool me, but they fooled a lot of people who are into religion, because religion teaches to forgive. But for the most part, that's always thrown on our people. They never forgive, but they always tell our people to forgive when they harm us, when they take the lives of our children. Salute to my good brother, the commander-in-chief of the Tether Task Force, Aboriginal Power. Salute to you. Salute to my brother, P. Moses. Now, they teach us about this forgiving God that they don't even believe in, but they teach it to us because for the most part, they're the ones who's doing harm to us. They're the ones who have to be forgiven for the most part. But when it comes to them forgiving us, they are the unforgiven. They are the unforgiven. But we're gonna get into this this crash out that Jeff Metcalf, he just went on a tirade.
Go ahead, sorry. All right, there we go. So, starting from the beginning, April 2nd, I received a phone call from Coach Jackson and said, Jeff, all I know is Austin has been stabbed. I asked him where. He said Kirkendall Stadium. I immediately hung up the phone and I made it there in about 4.5 minutes. When I arrived, it was pretty chaotic. A lot of police cars, a lot of people. I ran through probably 10 different officers who tried to stop me. When I did reach the track, the scene that I saw was my son, Austin, and they had a C machine on it, which actually it automatically pumps on your chest. But when I saw him, I knew he was gone. I prayed for a miracle. And as soon as that happened, I asked the ambulance, the EMTs, what hospital they were taking him to. And once they instructed me where they were going, I directed my attention to finding Hunter. And they said he was taken to the locker room in the field house. So I proceeded to go run over there. And I found Hunter, who was uncontrollably out of control, bawling, emotional wreck. So I have to try to gather him and maintain myself. And all we do is we pray. And I tell him,
And that's exactly what your son was doing. Both of them to Carmelo Anthony. Praying and praying and praying. It was praying on him, not praying for him. Like you say you are a Christian, they were praying on people. P-R-E-Y, not P-R-A-Y. Your son were preying on people, and that's why we're at where we're at now, because of your sons praying and praying and praying. And that's probably the praying that you taught your sons, to pray on people instead of for them.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm taking you to the hospital. You're riding with me. And we get in the car and we're praying. Because I am praying for a miracle at this point, because I know my son was gone. But we get to the hospital. We get in the room. I have to make the phone call to his mom when we were driving to inform her to meet us at the hospital. By this time, the word's getting out to certain family members. Certain people are showing up at the hospital. Takes probably, I'd say, a good 10 minutes before the doctors come in. I knew what was fixing to be said. I knew by the look on their face that Austin had passed away.
And that's when you should have said, I am a complete failure. That's when you finally got to that realization that you are a failure. Because if you had taught your son to mind his business, salute to my good brother Shank Rock, salute to you. Thanks for joining, my brother. If you had taught your sons to mind their business and keep their hand off people and stop and not to try to tell people where they can and cannot be, perhaps you'll still have your son with you today. But you taught them to be the way they are, and your behavior is a reflection of them. That's the reason why they behave the way they behave, because you made it okay. You made them think it's okay for them to behave like that. And it's a reason why you're not among them. We're going to get to that later. I just want to hear you put your foot in your mouth so I can point some things out.
And they confirmed that. That very second, Hunter spun out of control. And it took 5 officers to get him under control. We had to admit him.
It wouldn't take 5 officers to get him under control if he was under control as a 17-year-old in the first place. When I was 17-year-old, I was under control, under the tutelage of my father. And he could just say something and stop us right in our tracks. But no son is going to respect the father that beat their damn mother. They're not going to respect you. They kicked your ass too, didn't they?
Get him and get him sedated. And then at that point, they wouldn't allow us to see our son because now it is a crime scene. So they have to process the body. So for over 2 hours, we can't even see Austin. And by this time, a huge crowd of students, parents, friends is overflowing this hospital. It is so touching and so moving, and we're all so distraught over the news of Austin's passing. That moment, I became totally numb and went into what I call survival function mode. I had to find and buy burial plots, funeral homes, arrangements, so many things that had to be done. And I needed to stay focused. That very first night, our church held an impromptu vigil. Our church holds 1,500 people at Hope Fellowship. It was overflowing. There was over 1,700 people that showed up that night. Very touching. An outpouring from the community, friends, family, even people who didn't know us showed up in support.
That's a good thing. And a lot of them people more than likely didn't know you, because I don't know what the hell they're teaching at that church. If that church taught you to be the person you are, that must be the church of Satan. He must go to the church of Satan.
And I spoke that night about who Austin was. He was a leader, on and off the field. He touched people's hearts.
Well, I'm just glad that nobody followed him the day he ran up on the wrong person, bullying the wrong person. You know, a leader would have been like, no, I'm not going to go over there and tell somebody that they need to move from under a tent. They can't shelter in place when it's raining. How Christian is that? How Christian is that? It starts raining during a track meet and everybody's sheltering in place. You're going to go tell the somebody that they can't shelter in place to get from under a tent. That's very Christian of him to do that.
In ways others couldn't. He was loved by so many, and so many loved him. I told a story that night, and I told the story when I was diagnosed with cancer in my cancer group. They asked us.
So it's the cancer spread it from your brain to where? What kind of cancer you have? Because, you know, hate is a cancer also, because you made the people think that it's not about race. And all you did on this is spew racism. We're going to get to that, y'all. Trust me, we're going to get to that.
Define success. And went around the room, and most people, you know, some of the common stuff. Oh, I'd like a big house and car and, you know, a lake property or whatever. But when it came my turn,
success. You have successfully taught your son how to cause his own demise. I hope you're feeling very successful.
I had a different view. I said, my success will be judged by how many people show up at my funeral. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you go to a funeral, the people that attend are someone, hopefully, you have touched their life in a positive way. Because one thing about people, they don't remember how big your house was, what kind of car you drove, how big your bank account was, where you got your nails done. None of that matters. What matters is people always remember how you make them feel. They'll never forget how you make them feel. Because there's no U-Haul behind a Hershey. You ain't taking nothing with you. You come in with nothing, you go out with nothing. Except for what you leave behind. And what you leave behind is your legacy. Austin's legacy will live forever. I myself will make sure of it. Not only myself, but many others. His mother, his brother, family members, communities. We've set up a scholarship in his name at Memorial High School. For every year, there's going to be the Austin Metcalf Scholarship. We want to give back. We want to help people. That's who Austin was. Austin helped people up. He inspired. He promoted. He encouraged younger classmen, his teammates. He was always there, always believing in them. There were so many kids who came up and spoke that night about how Austin touched people's hearts. And that's what you leave, is your legacy, your footprints on hearts. That's how people will be remembered.
Austin was a bully. He probably was punking people and taking people's hearts. That's what he was probably doing. Punking people, taking their heart, because he was over 6 feet, over 200 pounds as a 17-year-old. And he picked on someone a lot smaller than him. That's what he was probably doing. And that's probably what he was accustomed to doing, is taking people's hearts and stepping on their heart.
And for anyone who knew Austin, who loved Austin, that memory will be carried on in their hearts forever. I know I'll say his name from the highest mountaintops till the day I die. That was probably the very worst day of my life. When I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer 10, 11 years ago, I thought I was going to die. They told me I had a 50-50 chance. I told God I can't die because I have 2 boys that need their father.
I don't buy any of this. And I'm quite sure the listeners are not buying any of this nonsense he's saying. He's putting up this Christian facade. He's putting up this deceit, this performative BS that nobody's buying. Exactly, P. Moser. He's a sucker. Straight sucker.
I would go through cancer 1,000,000 times again if I could spend 5 minutes with Austin. When you're faced with your own immortality, it reprioritizes your life. All of a sudden, things that were important don't matter. You really start to really find out what's important in life. It's the people who love you, the people you love, and those who support you when you're down. You should never, ever put someone down or look down upon someone unless you're giving your hand to help them up.
He's saying all this now. And watch how he go through this metamorphosis and show us who he really is.
And that's who Austin was. Austin was always the helping hand, the big brother, the protector, the leader.
If he was the helping hand, if he's seen Carmelo Anthony sheltering it in place with like everyone else when it started raining during the track meet, that would have been okay with him if he was this helping hand. If he was the type of person that you were describing, he would have been like, okay, everybody's sheltering in place. It's raining out. Or if Carmelo was reluctant to get under the tent, perhaps if he was this super duper good guy, Christian, he would have invited him in himself. But no, he told the young man that he can't stand under the tent. According to what the news said, Austin asked Carmelo Anthony 15 times. 15 times. That means you was relentless. You was steadfast on getting that young man from under the tent. You asked him and demanded that he get from under the tent 15 times, like you paid for the tent. I don't care what team it was. His parents still pay local, federal, and state taxes. So they pay for that one too. Whatever school it is, they pay taxes for that school in that state.
He led by example. And he was humble. He didn't even want to join National Honor Society, even though he had a 4.0, even though he was extremely smart. I told him it looks good on your college scholarship application.
Smart is not based on a curriculum. Smart is based on what you do with the information that you have. That's what makes you smart. Not having the information does not make you smart. What you do with it is what makes you smart. I don't care what his grade point average is.
All he thought about was football. But when he got between those white lines, even I wouldn't want to go up against him. He turned into controlled rage and chaos.
You see how stupid he sounded? There's no such thing. There's no way you can have controlled rage and then put chaos at the end of that. There's nothing controlled rage and chaos. Total contradiction.
He was a disruptor on defense. He led that team by example. Friday Night Lights, long story short, Friday Night Lights was about Midland, Odessa, Permian. I'm from Louisville. We played Permian every year in the playoffs, semifinals. They beat us every time. Yes, I'm still upset. So, because now they got movies and shows made about them, but hey, it is what it is. Football was a way.
This dude, in all actuality, this dude sounds like an outright hater. He sounds like the type of guy who was not popular, but acted like he was popular and did things as if he was popular, but nobody liked him. He wanted to be popular. That's what he sound like. Because if you lost a football game that long, Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights, it's a movie the movie is old. So if it happened during your time, that's a long time ago. And you're still bitter about a damn football game, yeah, that shows your pettiness.
Way for Austin to take out some of his frustrations, and he'd work in the weight room, and he'd go do drills by himself and run heels, and he really perfected his craft. He was an unbelievable player, and I know I sound biased because I'm his father, but his numbers don't lie. Go look him up. One game he had 24 tackles. I know. It's unbelievable. He also had interception, fumble recovery. The kid was amazing. And I know there's only a 1% chance of you ever actually making it to the NFL, but deep in my heart, I really thought that kid had a chance. I know for sure many colleges were already interested in him, D1, for the linebackers. And we were already talking about NIL money and how we're going to, make sure you're set for life.
He's outright lying because he was estranged. He was estranged from them. He was estranged, had a damn restraining order on him. You couldn't go around them. He's outright lying.
I had no idea his life was going to be so short. I'll never understand why. But you're supposed to trust God.
He said he would never understand why. The very first time that you heard that any one of your sons had bullied somebody, that's when you should have snatched them up and said, no, that's going to go bad one day. And not only that, you shouldn't treat people like that. That's the very first thing you should have done. When you found out your big ass sons were bullies, you should have said, no, don't do that. Don't bully people. Treat people how you want to be treated. Isn't that the Christian thing? Treat people how you want to be treated. Do unto others how you would have them to do unto you. That's what Christians teach, right? Want for your brother what you want for yourself. So therefore, if you go around bullying people, you want that for yourself. That's what you should have taught your sons.
and I do. I don't understand his plan, but I have to lean into him for understanding. And to be
the young man that your son was bullying was a smart man, a young man also. Okay. He was an athlete, scholar himself, had 2 jobs, helped his mother and father with his young siblings. And this young man actually saved someone's life, seen somebody drowning and went to the rescue and saved that person. This is what Carmelo Anthony did. And because of your son, that young man's life, I hope this is not over. I hope his life is not ruined, but it's to a halt right now. He can't, the young man just graduated out of high school. He still graduated out of after all this. I just hope this young brother's life is not ruined because your son don't have no restraint. He didn't know how to mind his business and keep his hands off people. That's what you should have taught your son.
To be honest, I will not understand until I sit beside Austin and ask God, why did you have to take him so soon? Because I can't come up with the answer. No parent should ever have to bury their child.
A parent burying their child is not the natural order of things. That's not the natural order. Parents are not supposed to bury their child. I agree with that because it's the truth. Yet, you know what kind of world this is, okay? And I don't know if you know what 360 degrees is. What goes around comes around. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you're being taught. You were taught that, but you were taught evidently that you can go around pushing people around and that there was no repercussion or consequence for that. Again, if you push someone who's afraid of you too much, eventually it's going to go bad. What you should have been reading in your Bible is the story of David and Goliath. That's what you should have been reading in your Bible. Because if you knew your Bible, you would have taught your sons about David and Goliath. Okay? The giants, that was, taken down by the small man. You should have taught your sons about David and Goliath.
It's not a natural procession. And it's probably the worst pain you'll ever feel. I mean, even if you lost your parent, your spouse, because when I went to my grief group, that's pretty much everyone lost their spouse or something. And I'm the only one who lost a child. And it's very, very different. And I'm not minimizing a loss of other people.
Type of loss, yet you are minimizing someone else's pain because you don't know how they feel. Or did you even ask how they feel? You don't know. You don't give a damn.
Loss that I pray to God no parent ever has to feel or experience. It will crush you. It will break you. And you will never be the same again. But I said the same thing to myself when I had cancer. Hey, man. Yeah, I've got, side effects, but I'm still alive.
Oh, so for your treatment, the side effect is being a hateful ass bastard, huh? Okay. That's a side effect from cancer, being a hateful ass bastard. Okay, all right, I get it now.
You learn to live with what your new normal is. Well, I'm a piece of clay that God is molding into whatever I'm supposed to be molded into.
So they call clay shit now, huh? Plus, you said you're a piece of clay, but what I see sitting here is a piece of shit, not clay.
Because I have no idea. I trust him. I'll follow it. And we'll see where it takes me. But at the end of the day, man, the man.
God is molding him. I'm going to move on because I want to hear how he's being molded by God. I want to hear the molding part because he's going to get into who he really is, because he said he's a piece of clay that God is molding. And I want to see that part where, that molded part where God created. That's the part I want to see.
Or what you give, or to me, I'll give you back. So, am I racist? Yeah, I'm racist against assholes. I don't like them.
This man is so self-entitled to the point that because the Anthony family didn't want to pray with him, he took that personal, that they didn't want to pray with him. I'm telling you, I wouldn't pray with these people either. I would not. I wouldn't pray with them because their type of prayer, I don't think, would be answered, because their prayer has an E in it. It don't have an A in it. It's P-R-E-Y. That's how they pray. They pray on people, not for them. So I can't pray with these people. I can't.
I could care less about the color of your skin. We all.
That's not true. You're lying. You're lying because you called the young brother watermelon felon. That's a racist ass remark.
All bleed the same color.
That's so typical, and so the typical template statement, bleed the same color. A pig bleeds red blood. Well, a pig is not my goddamn brother. A cow, everything bleeds. The life, when it hits the oxygen, it turns red, but it's really blue. But everybody bleeds. Everything bleeds the same blood that has blood in it. So that don't make it my brother. A pig bleeds red, and so does a damn cow, and so does every other damn anything that has blood in it bleeds the same color. So that statement is just the typical template of statement that people use when they try to relate or get you to soften up to them. But you don't really believe that.
The mental capacity of others sometimes astonishes me. At someone at a certain age, let's just say 40, 50, I would assume, and this is my fault for making assumptions, that you would have common sense, that you be intelligent. You could make a difference between right and wrong.
Now, this is what you call self-righteous. Because right would be, let him stay under the tent and don't bother him. That's what right would have been. Don't bother this young man. He's not bothering you. That's what right would have been. Or if he don't get under the tent when it's inclement weather, invite him under. That's what right would have been. Right wouldn't have been. Right is not somebody tell you don't put your hands on me and you do it anyway. See, it's a reason why they don't want to show us this video, because they don't want us to see the nature of the attack that Carmelo Anthony endured. They don't want us to see that, Because if it was the other way around, they'll be showing it all day, every damn day. That's what would happen if it was the other way around. They don't want us to see the nature of their attack and why this happened. It's a big cover up. Now, so far, this is cover up of the damn century. This and the damn Epstein files. It's the cover up of the damn century, right? We only 26 years into the damn century, and this is the mystery, and the files is the mystery. A judge is going to deny us to see or deny the media inside the courtroom. No media in the courtroom, no live streaming, none of that. They didn't allow that in the courtroom because they wanted to hide something. And somebody should have sued the judge. Somebody should have said, no, the media should have did the same thing that they did at with Donald Trump. He tried to kick the media out, and the judge told them you can't do that. A federal judge said you can't kick the media out. You can't have who you want in. Everybody that's going to be a bobblehead and side with you. No. That is a constitutionally protected activity, and the judge denied everybody of that shit.
Nah. Ain't got nothing to do with age. Ain't got nothing to do with color. It's up to you. Who you want to be. You chart your course. Guess what? It's not going to go the way you think. Promise. If there's a person who exists on this entire planet who's never had a problem, one, in their life, please step up. I want to meet you because I want to know how you did that. It's not possible. Life is not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you.
Dude, tell it on himself. Because you damn sure attempted to deceive those who will believe that you are this upstanding, God-fearing Christian. You deceived those who believe that. Didn't deceive me, though.
People out there, I mean, if we want to go back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your bullshit. I respect everyone.
Should have told your son this, Jeff. Stay in your lane. Vacate other people's lane. Don't get in other people's lane because when you crash, this shit is disastrous. You should have told your son that. Stay in your lane. Don't be a bully. Keep your hands to yourself. Mind your business. Ice Cube said his father told him on the song Dead Homies. I love that statement that Ice Cube said his father told him. He said, so I take every day slow, go with the flow. Shut my motherfucking mouth if I don't know, because that's what Pops told me. But I wish he should have said it to my dead homies. He said he wished his father would have said that to his dead homies.
Until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times while I've had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one.
You see how Christian he becoming now? Here comes the molding of the clay, people. Here comes the molding of the clay. This was God. This is what God molded him into.
Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you?
My guy is coming out, y'all. Here comes the crash out. Here comes the crash out. This was what his God, took the clay and molded him into.
Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened. How many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
Your culture here is coming out. This is a man who has SA charges on him. This is a man who has SA charges on him when he's talking about somebody else's record. This dude got a whole damn album.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
He just said it's not about color. Now he's doing the you people thing. The you people thing and your culture thing.
Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he.
It's 2026, and he's using 1932 racist ass remarks. He reached all the way back into the 1930s for the watermelon felon. You know, why did you just say you a jive turkey? You jive turkey because you sound like, I mean, the guy's probably not as old as I am. He's probably not as old as I am, but look how he look. I guarantee you he's not as old as I am.
He enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate and the anger.
If you forgave him, you would not be speaking the way you are speaking now. If you forgave him, this is not the statements or the spirit of forgiveness. It's not.
So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. It doesn't work that way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion and intellect do not mix. If you're emotional.
So therefore, you said emotion and intellect do not mix. So therefore, which one are you? Which one are you, Jeff Metcalf? You look and you sound emotional now.
You can't come up with a logical solution. It doesn't work. You have to be level-headed. You have to be clear of mind. When you become emotional and you make decisions, things can go very wrong. And you better hope there's a way out for you.
Yes, things went wrong, tragically wrong, when somebody tell you no, that they're not going to do what you ask them, and you become emotional and you become the typical cracker. Cracker, the origin of cracker is cracking of the whip. It's not that you're a white person, it's that you're a white person weaponizing the power, the perceived power that you think you have. That's what you're doing now. You telling my man, Charleston White, that's not my man, I'm just saying my man for this because I'm mentioning him, that you think you're funny, you're gonna see who's funny. That's what these crackers do. They think that they could punish someone or use perceived power, cracking of the whip. And that's what you're behaving like now, and that's what you taught your son to behave like. You taught your son to be a cracker. when somebody tells them no, that they're supposed to be punished for saying no. He had no right saying to that young man that he had to move. No right. And then come down five rows to him. Come down 5 rows to the young man because the young man told you no, he wasn't going anywhere.
Because some situations, as we all know, they don't turn out well if you make the wrong choice. Or you could just be in the wrong.
And that's the absolute truth. If you make the wrong choice, things can go tragically bad. And that's what happened. Your son made the wrong choice and things went tragically bad. And what you should be doing is blaming yourself. He learned that from somewhere. He learned it from somewhere.
Wrong place at the wrong time in front of the wrong person. And I'm not just talking about Austin.
And that's the truth. The wrong person. You shouldn't have bothered that boy. Should have left him alone. When he said leave him alone, that's exactly what he should have done. Left him alone.
Austin, just go look, just visit Chicago for a weekend. How many shootings do they have? And they have gun laws. Woo-hoo.
Here we go, pulling Chicago. I say this all the time. White folks love to pull Chicago out their ass. When they don't give a damn if we die, and they don't give a damn if we kill each other. They just like to do that to win an argument or reinforce a negative stereotype. They love doing that. And white people kill each other too. Okay? White people kill each other, but we don't come to where you're at and kill you. A white boy bought a goddamn AR-15 in Pennsylvania and went to Buffalo, New York and killed elders. Killed elders in the goddamn supermarket. So who's more violent? Your children go into white children go into schools and shoot schools up. We got our problems. And our problems are our problems, not yours, because you don't give a damn about our problems. You mention our problems as if you care, but you don't give a damn if our people kill each other or if our people die. So why are you mentioning Chicago?
How's that working out for you guys? If you told me after 9/11 that New York would have
your son was killed in a suburban damn school because he was a bully. You should have just taught your son to not bully. People talking about well, his son's a coward. I mean, Carmelo Anthony's a coward. He should have knuckled up. Everybody don't do that, especially them boys were studying jujitsu and they was towering over him, and it was more than one of them. Both of those boys is a combined weight of damn near 500 damn pounds. In a young man who's not even 150 pounds, 160 pounds, I give him for the sake of argument. See, that's the typical mentality of a cracker. Soft targets. But if Carmelo was a man his size who had hands and he would have pieced them up, they would have all jumped on him. Everybody would have jumped on him. But when he ran up on Carmelo, Carmelo did what he did, and nobody wanted that. When they should have just prevented it. Hunter, grab your brother and take him away. Since you acting like you was the cooler head that was prevailing in that scene, why do you just get between them and tell them, "Now, don't put your hands on them. Don't touch them." Because touching him is assault. That's what touching him. If he told you don't touch him, that's what you're supposed to do. Unless you are ready to deal with the answer to you touching him. Especially when you're towering over him. That's why I don't understand. I do understand. I wouldn't understand if the jury was mixed, but I understand why Carmelo Anthony was found guilty. I totally understand. My understanding is white folks don't give a damn about truth. They can see it. They can see the truth, and they don't even care about what the truth is. They don't care about that. Again, the truth has to be in you in order for it to come out of you. They don't give a damn about what's truth. All they see is, it's like, and you got dumbass Negroes who see it the same way, but they're going to get their wake up call. All Negroes who are coon ass sellouts, I hope they get the harshest wake up call. The harshest wake up call. I hope their wake up call is painful and harsh. Painful and harsh. Because they're saying that Carmelo should have got up and moved. Because these punks who say that are used to doing what they're told. And Carmelo was a small man who wasn't moving. Period. He wasn't moving. But you got punks that'll say he should have just moved. No, it don't go like that. You don't have to do what somebody tells you to do. I can't stand a punk, and I can't stand somebody, some subservient ass Negro. He should have just did what he was told. Now that's what you do, you punk. You do what people tell you to do.
Have a Muslim mayor in a sanctuary city? I would tell you you're crazy, because we were all gung-ho, USA, all the way, patriotic, love my country. And now look where we're at. How do we get there? Who's responsible for our youth? Who? They're the leaders of tomorrow. What are you doing to prepare them? How are you teaching them? What are you showing them?
I'm going to say this. Nobody, I don't care where you're at, local, state, or federal, can stand on a rostrum and tell young people that violence is not the answer. You stand on the rostrum and tell young people violence is not the answer, I'll call you a hypocrite to your face. I will call you a hypocrite to your face. I don't give a damn who you are. You can't stand on a rostrum and tell young people violence is not the answer when you got the president of the United States and his constituents bombing the hell out of people for nothing. That's violence. That's the ultimate violence. You can't tell them, you're going to tell these people that they can't handle their business, but you are bombing the hell out of somebody who's 10,000 miles away for absolutely nothing, because you don't want them to have something that you have. You can't tell young people violence is not the answer, because the United States solve all of their problems and their disagreements with violence. The police, the first thing they say, if you say no to them, the very first thing, when you don't comply to their perceived powers, it could be an unlawful request, and you say no to them, I'm going to pull you out the car. I'm going to arrest you. I'm going to take you to jail. They threaten you. Society is violent itself. Public servants, all the public servants, this is why I say the enemy's public. Everybody who call themselves public servants, the enemy is public. In your face, chest out, supposed to be servants of the people, but they are really our enemies. That's the enemy right there. He want to know who responsible for the behavior of the children. They look at what's going on in society, how society is ran. The easiest, a wise man said, the easiest and the hardest word to say is no. Only got 2 letters, only take a second to say it. And it's a word that you have to accept. If that's what the person, if that's the answer they give you, that's the answer you're supposed to receive. No. Especially when you know you're wrong. But when people are accustomed to somebody doing whatever they tell them, they are overwhelmed when they hear the word no. Overwhelmed.
When you act out and your kids see you, they think that's an appropriate behavior. They assume it's okay because mommy and daddy do it.
Are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about what you showed Austin and Hunter? And that's the reason why they behave the way they behaved? If this is what you telling us? They saw mommy and daddy acting a certain way and they behaved that way? It must be what you're talking about because you don't know us. All you know is negative stereotypes that you would throw in our face as if you give a damn. You don't give a damn about our children. You know why I know you don't give a damn about our children? Because you didn't teach yours right. You taught yours to be bullies.
All you people out there, all your little bots, all your little phone calls, all your death threats, and that who's that big fag dude from Arizona? Lady Gaga, gag on something? I don't know his name. Mr. Tough Guy talks big shit like he's gonna come find me. Oh, Gene Jeff. Guess what? Go suck a dick, dude. That's your favorite hobby.
I tell you, the homosexual innuendos, that is typical white boy language. Typical white boy language. And I suspect them to all be potential fucking homos, man. This is very Christian of you, Jeff Metcalf.
Tiffany Billions, you look like a fucking water buffalo. We're gonna start hurling insults. We can go back and forth. But here's the deal. I'm not gonna engage, bro.
I'm not going to engage while engaging. I'm not going to engage while engaging.
I'm gonna give you a little taste and that's it. I'm done. Because you know what? You're not worth the sweat off my fucking balls. You don't live rent free in my head. You don't get a second of me at all.
Don't get a second, but I can count seconds that went by, dude. You know, is it a snapback or is it a fitted, dude? Snapback or fitted, but it's a cap. I know that damn much. It's damn sure a cap.
You want to find me? You know where to find me. You think I'm scared? Underestimate me. That'll be fun.
You're scared. I know when somebody's scared. This dude is scared.
Fine. I'm not some tough guy, dude. Nah. I'm a real guy. You want to fuck around and find out, as y'all say? If you feel froggy, jump. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to like the landing. I have God on my side. I fear nothing. I can walk through the valley of death.
Oh, stop that bullshit, man. Walk through the valley of death. Get your ass out here with that bullshit.
I don't give a shit. I have the protection of God's armor. my statement that I didn't fully get to read because it was censored.
One second.
Okay. So I was saying I had written this and made a video. Where's the video? That I wanted played. And they said that you could play it, but you couldn't have any audio, which irritated me. Then
Hey, Jinx. Can you bring up the video? And yeah. Okay.
now I'm not okay. Good. Okay.
I'm barely getting.
I've lived a good life, I think. I've lived a blessed life because I hope you're proud of yourself, bro. I hope you go home and tell your 3 little kids, your brother's in prison because he's a dumbass and he stabbed someone. Tell me how you're going to parent the other ones. Tell me how you're going to explain to them that they're. You know where I found this quote? I know the person who's looking at me right now does. I appreciate it, Mr. Drew Anthony, off your Facebook page. How poetic justice is served. You just do a big softball and knock it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever.
This dude said, my truth. My truth. My truth is not necessarily the truth. He's saying his truth, calling the brother Anthony's truth a lie, and then he's saying his truth is forever. See how arrogant and pompous these people are? Not interested in the truth. They just want to make up his own truth. That's what they do. That's what they did in their courtroom. They ignored the truth and they went off their truth.
Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever is a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up as much money?
What is your plan for Hunter? You should be worried about the other twin. Spending as much time as him and making sure he don't go down the same pike as Austin did. That's what you should be doing. Don't worry about what Mr. Anthony is doing with his, because prior to encountering your son, Carmelo Anthony was never in trouble. Never in trouble.
Playing victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact? You just left him up there by himself? Amazing. Amazing. What about you, Drew? What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? All right, let's talk about what kind of father you are. Let's talk about your arrest. Let's talk about your warrants. Oh, was it drugs? Coke? He did. Tell me some other.
Stop it, dude. Stop it. Because you got the same kind of charges. Same kind of charges. And you got the heinous charges against, minors, children. Stop it.
Other shit. Let's pull it up. Because I'm welcome every one of you to pull up my criminal history. Someone who tried to make up some bullshit saying I'm a sexual assault person. Guess what? If you're convicted of sexual assault in Texas, you have to register. Please check the registry. Please check my background in criminal history. It's not there. You tried to spin a narrative to make me look bad because you look bad already by yourself.
Again, prior to encountering your son, that young man, Carmelo Anthony, had a spotless record. Okay. I think he was down there a 4.0 GPA, athlete scholar, worked 2 jobs. Prior to encountering your son, the young man had no criminal record. He has a criminal record because of your son. And if you deal with the root of this whole situation, you are the root, Mr. Metcalf.
You fuck up all your own. I don't need to help you.
And not only that, this man is pocket watching. This man is pocket watching Carmelo Anthony's parents, but he's not even mentioning the money that he received from people. He's not mentioning that money because he's so self-entitled. That's the thing with crackers in the first place. They'll talk about, and our people is so ignorant that they will repeat any narrative against our own people. I don't give a damn how much money the Anthony family got. I don't give a damn how much they got. If they got $10 million, good for them. I'm not gonna pocket watch them like that because white people can call little boys, little brothers, nigger in a goddamn park, and she'll get $1 million raised for her. So I don't give a damn how much money they have. But some of our people, we are sick. Some of our people, we're quick to go against our own. I just don't live like that. It's just not what I do. Talking about they're scamming and they're doing that. Nah, that's just, to me, that's just when people, some of us look in the mirror, they don't like what they see. And if they don't like what they see in themselves, they don't like themselves, they're hateful. They don't see no divinity in themselves. So they don't see no divinity in their brothers and sisters. They just don't. Because I'm going to say this. If you're a piece of shit, just be a piece of shit by yourself. But don't think everybody else is. Just be that by yourself. If you look in the mirror and that's what you see, that's you. But you can't say everybody else is a piece of shit because you feel that way about your damn self.
I hope you're proud of yourself, bro. I hope you go home and tell your 3 little kids your brother's in prison because he's a dumbass and he stabbed someone. Tell me how you're going to parent the other ones. Tell me how you're going to explain to them that
that's not your business. And it's not like you care. You don't care. You should be worried about Hunter. Hunter. Who names a fucking child Hunter? There's no way I would name my son Hunter. Unless you know what you wanted him to be. A damn predator.
their brother is a killer. You're going to have family reunions? You're going to leave an empty chair for him? Are y'all all going to wear the striped suits or an orange jumpsuit in remembrance? I don't know. Your name will be forgotten in a matter of weeks or months or a year. But Austin's name?
No, it won't. No, it won't. Because contrary to what you think, I think Austin's name will be forgotten. I know you won't forget it because it's your son, but nah. Carmelo Anthony's name will be lifted, not because he took a life. It's because he was railroaded in the courtroom. Not because he took a life. I'm not going to say taking a life is good. No, it's not good. But he defended himself. That's all I'll say. He defended himself.
That lives on forever. It's a legacy.
You can't call one of us a coward when we defend ourselves. When y'all start shit, you'll start shit, get your ass kicked, and pull out a gun and shoot somebody. So, and then you'll standing your ground and you fear for your life. But Austin had a whole bunch of people swarming him. And he, did what he did. And it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. And the tragedy, it was a preventable tragedy at that, preventable. All of this could have been prevented by just minding your business. I'm going to keep stating that, by just minding your business. And this dude here, he had every intention of living vicariously through his sons, because he talked about it when he talked about the NFL, even though I think that's cap, because from my understanding, you wasn't even around him.
You know what they put in the yearbook? The cover of the yearbook said, "More than just." And you open it up, and the very first page is Hunter Metcalf carrying his brother's jersey of the first home game, running out of the tunnel. Probably one of the most emotional moments I've ever seen watching him play football, because it was the first time he was not on the field with his brother. I can't imagine the mental fortitude that young man has, because there is no way I could have done or played a down, much less a season.
Well, just your son Hunter, I guess he's more of a man than you are. I guess he has to live his life. I guess he's more than a man, than you are.
The amount of pressure he probably felt, because he slid over to take Austin's position. They played together, inside, outside. Now Hunter takes over. He's inside. He leads the team. He wins. He has the most tackles in the district and had to miss a game due to concussion. He gets all the honors. He's all district. He's this. He's that. He's team captain. He's Austin 2.0. But he's still Hunter Metcalf.
That's dangerous.
Not Austin's brother. He will make a name for himself, just like Austin did. But when they come running on that field, him holding that jersey, and all eyes are on him.
This dude here, boy, is just he damn sure could paint a damn picture. He can cap, boy. He need to just get a job at Lids. Just get a job at Lids, man. You cap so much, you can get a job at Lids.
The whole world is watching. Made every news channel. Do you think we like the spotlight?
I didn't see him play no football. He made every news channel. A high school football game made every news channel. Now that's cap. That is snapback and fitted. That's a cap.
You think I want to be here? I'm forced into this position. I didn't sign up.
Yes, you did. You signed up, and you're probably getting paid for this interview too.
I didn't ask for my son to get murdered.
No one said that you asked for your son to get murdered. But you have to teach them that bullying is not okay. Pushing your weight around on people who are smaller than you is not okay. Telling people where they can and cannot be is not okay. Telling people what to do is not okay. You're 17 years old and you're trying to tell someone else who's 17 what to do. I know you were the size of an adult, but you were not an adult. Carmelo Anthony being under that tent was not your business at all. It was not Austin Metcalf's business. But you can't tell self-entitled people that they're supposed to mind their business, leave people alone, and don't tell people what to do. Or don't tell people what they can and cannot be. You cannot tell a self-entitled people that. You can't tell them that because they do it all the time. They'll see us walking through a neighborhood and they'll walk up to us questioning us like they're a damn slave patrol and we got to have our goddamn papers, our traveling papers.
But I have to deal with it in a constructive, positive way because I still have to be a role model for Hunter. I still have someone who depends and counts on me. I can't let him down. It's the same.
Brother P. Moses, this dude is not bipolar. He's tripolar. He's tripolar.
Way I feel about God. I don't want to let him down. But will I fail? Yes. Sometimes I do. We all do. But do the best job you can, man. Be present for your kids. You can't get back time. Time is something. Can you make time? Can you spend time? Is there enough time? Is there a lot of time? Time is something that's very intangible. But one thing about time is it doesn't stop. Even though I felt like it stopped April 2nd, 2025. My life was forever changed. And I've had to deal with that. Megan's life has forever changed. It pains me to see the pain in her eyes. And it really pains me to see Hunter go through what he has to do and be as strong as he is. It's unbelievable. One of the best times, and this is a God thing. So we had the same hunting lease for 16 years. Since my boys were 2 years old, they had been going to hunt and go out, and we'd watch wildlife and look at deer and turkeys and see the cows, and and we lived outdoors. We'd sit underneath at night at the stars, and we had an app on the phone where you could pull it up and it would tell you the constellations. And I taught them about stars and how to navigate and how sailors did it to sail the seas. And I just taught them, this is the Milky Way, that's Orion's belt. I spent time with them. Time is the most important thing in life because you can't get it back. Because once it's gone, it's gone. It's like your kids grow up once. Don't miss it. Don't be absent.
Salute to my brother D'Allen Warren. Thank you for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, he about to cry again, bro. This dude is, he don't know what emotion that he wants to use. He just going through all types of emotions. He wants to be a philosopher. He wants to be, a racist. He don't know what he want to do. And then he starts crying.
Don't work too hard because you think you're providing. You know what they want? They don't give a shit about their new clothes or their fancy Xbox games or what. Well, they may think that, but the truth of the matter is, when you look back on it and you see the time you either wasted or you spent it well. Now, everybody in life will die with a regret. You just try to die with as few regrets as possible. The one regret that I know I will not have anything as far as what type of father I was. I don't regret it. I spent time with my boys. I loved my boys. I taught my boys. I tried to make my boys go to church when they were really young, but they fought me. And I was arguing with God because, like, I'm trying every day, God, but they're not listening. So God works in funny ways. I told you this earlier. All of a sudden, when the kids in school and his friends were going to church on Wednesday night, all of a sudden it became cool. Cool. If I can't do it, God says, hold my beer. I got this. Watch this. And he arranges it. So God is introduced to their life through their friends. I recently saw.
It really irks my nerves to hear. It irks my nerves to hear these people talk about God. It really do. Because as wicked as these people are, to hear them talk about God is really insulting to me.
One of the counselors who led the small group with Austin and Hunter, and he told me about the time he needed someone to step up and lead. And guess who was the first one to raise his hand?
Who, Austin?
Austin always wanted to be first.
I knew it.
He was firstborn. You could say he was the big brother. He always had Hunter's back. Hunter always had his too. But they were only a few minutes apart. But Austin always took that lead role. It was built inside of him. It was manifested that way.
You know, I've always said some of the meanest people I've ever met was religious people. Mean as hell, surly. Because if you are a godly person, you are a nurturing person, you are a loving person, and you don't have this mean way about you. But it seems to me that religious people are the most mean people to me. I mean, especially in the Christian faith, mean as hell. They talk all this forgiveness, but they don't forgive. Well, we do. Our people do. Our people forgive. But a white Christian, they don't forgive. Even Jewish people don't forgive. They expect us to forgive, but they don't forgive. You can say something, and they will punish you for it. But they would do the most heinous things to one of us, and they won't even express remorse for what they do and expect us to forgive. And we, in our ignorance, we will forgive someone who didn't even say they're sorry for what they did because of people saying to us, what would Jesus do? We got to get that out of our system because war has been declared on us. We didn't start a war. No, war has been declared on us because they sent the clear message that You can flee these people. You can run away from these people 130 yards. They'll chase you down and gun you down. In the state of South Carolina, to say it's okay. In Texas, you can defend yourself against a bully, and they'll put you in prison for 35 years. They can see it and not care about what the truth is. So that's war. War is not all about violence. War is systematic, exerting power on people, punishment on people. That's what war is. War is business is warfare. War has been declared on us on all levels. I did a stream about that years ago. It's been declared on us on all levels. It's systematic, and they use that system to railroad our young brother. And I'm hoping that he will get an appeal, and they will please don't use the same attorney that you had the first time. I would suggest to get a litigator who's relentless. This is a brother I'm not even cool with. I really don't like his style as a spokesperson for the Panther Party for self-defense. But as a litigator, Malik Zulu Shabazz would have ate their asses up in that courtroom. Malik Zulu Shabazz would have ate them up. They should have got somebody who's a litigator, who would have been relentless, who would have been steadfast in bringing that truth out. Malik Zulu Shabazz, when he seen that all-white jury, he'd have been like, hell no. It'd have been pushed back. We're going to pick until we get the jury that I'm satisfied with. And if the judge tried in the funny business, we'll be fighting to get the judge recused from the goddamn case. Because the judge did a lot of illegal shit in that courtroom. The judge did a lot of illegal shit, violating people's constitutional protected activities in that courtroom. But nobody had pushback for what was going on in that courtroom. And when your defense don't call you and tell you, suggested you that you got to get on that stand and tell them how you, if it's a self-defense case, a self-defense trial, he should have been put up on that stand to express how he feared for his life. But they suggested that he not do that. They set that young man up, both sides. That's why I say America's jurisprudence is not worthy of wiping your ass with. It's not. America's jurisprudence is garbage. And it's set up to punish us. It's the criminal justice system. The criminals get the damn justice. It's their system.
I do believe I will take some credit. I tried my best to instill values and morals and teach him about life and what it was to be a man. And he was taken. I didn't mean to get off the story, but we were talking about the deer lease and them going hunting with me for the last 16 years. Well, what happened was the landowner reached out to us right before we were going to make our next payment for the following year. We still had 2 months left on the lease we had paid for, but he informed us that we had to get everything off the property, that he was going to sell the property, and we had to get everything off by March 31st. Anything left behind was going to be property of the new owners. Well, I had just had complete shoulder replacement. So I'm one-armed. I'm no good to help. So I have to rely on my friends and my family to go down there and get as much stuff as we can. Because we have 16 years worth of stuff. And I'm talking blinds, feeders, four-wheelers, smokers, you name it. We could live out there. If there was an apocalypse, that's where I'd go. So we go this very last weekend. We all know it's a goodbye. The irony of it is unreal. That hunt was probably the best hunt in my entire life. I wish I could be like Groundhog Day. I could go back and just relive it, relive it, relive it, relive it. It's a great story. It's opening weekend of turkey season. We go out the first day.
So let me tell you about hunting season. In the state of New Jersey, every September, end of September, October, they have hunting season and they hunt bears and they kill hundreds of bears in New Jersey. These people have to get killing out their system every year. This is why they have hunting season. Killing bears and deers and turkeys, shooting them every single year. They're talking about the population. No, there's no such thing as an overpopulation of anything. They're supposed to be here too and coexist. Whether it's a turkey, a bear, a deer, whatever, they're supposed to coexist. If you tear a tree, if you're tearing a forest down and you build homes, if the deer come on that property, it's because they're accustomed to coming on that property. You tore their goddamn habitat down. So you can't complain about the deer being in your yard when they used to be in there and they were there before you. You can't. You tore down their goddamn forest to build this apartment complex. But these people have to get killing out their system every year. This is why they have hunting season.
No, I'm calling. We got gobbles, but they're all henned up and they're not coming. So I tell the boys, hey, we're going to have to get out of the pop-up. And we're going to have to like go chase birds and see if we can call them in. So we get out and we start walking. And Austin told me the night before, he said, Dad, I'd really like to shoot a pig because I've never shot a pig. I really want a pig. And even though I haven't shot a turkey, I really would like to shoot a pig. I said, well, they're mostly nocturnal, but I brought the ARs with the thermals. We'll hog hunt at night. Okay. So we get up out of the pop-up and we start working our way down the creek. And we come up upon a field. And about 300 yards across the field, there are 6 hogs that walk out. Austin turns to me and says, Dad, can we shoot them? I said, well, all we have is shotguns. And no. What do we do? I said, well, there's only one alternative here that's left. You're going to have to run all the way back to the cabin and then grab the rifle and run all the way back. Okay. Now, don't me wrong. Austin's 6 foot, 215, doing track drills to increase his speed and was running a 4.7. I don't know how, but the cabin is over a half mile. This boy shows back up in 15 minutes. And I'm like, what? And he's breathing hard and he's sweating. I was like, just take a breath. And I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. These hogs can't see very well, but they can smell. We're going to stay downwind and we're going to move down this fence line. And I bet you they're going to come across this field and they're going to go to this creek. And that's where we're going to intercept them. Okay. So we start moving. They start moving. We get within 200. Dad, can I shoot one? No, not yet. We get within 100. Dad, they're close. Can I shoot one? No. Follow me. Be quiet. It's about patience. Don't rush. We get 45 yards away. I said, come here. Put your gun on this fence post. Look at me. Take a deep breath. Take your time. Slowly pull the trigger. So we step back, me and his brother, and we're watching. There's 6. I said, shoot the biggest one on the left. Boom! I see legs going up. Me and Hunter are yelling at him, reload, reload, because there's 5 more running around. And he's like, I got him, I got him. I'm like,
killer. You call it you call it that's a killer. That's a killer. You got to get it like that system every year. You want to kill something. If you didn't kill that pig, probably end up killing a human being with that same exact shotgun. Well, yeah, rifle rather.
like, reload. So he's trying to chamber a shell. We're looking down this path, and these pigs are crossing. 1, 2, 3, 4, shoot 1. 5 goes across, then he shoots. And I'm like, he goes, I think I missed that one. Yeah, it's okay. Let's go see what you got. We got down there and we gave each other the biggest hug.
The remorse that Carmelo Anthony had for doing what he did, it speaks to itself. The remorse that he had and the concern that he had based on what the police officer said, that when he spoke to Carmelo, he had remorse and he was concerned for him. After defending himself against his attacks, he was still concerned. That's us. That's just how we are. But when you delight in killing, that's evil to me. When you delight in killing, I don't care what it is. You delight in killing. You're excited about killing. That's weird to me.
And he was so proud. I know a lot of people don't like guns and don't like hunting, and that's okay. That's I respect your opinion. But my boys, they know how to hunt, fish, use a knife. They can survive. I taught them a lot of life skills that I hope they never have to use. But if they do know how. This is a picture of a place on our lease. The very first day I took them fishing.
Exactly, my brother D. Allen Warren. Everything has a right to live. Everyone has a right to live. Even the pig. It has a right to live. It does. It just does.
I had the same exact picture made into a necklace when I had cancer. And it said Metcalf Strong on the back with this laser on the front. Sort of like a dog tag type thing. And I sold those to help pay for my treatments and everything. I still have some, but this picture will forever be ingrained in my heart. So we spent many years in the woods hunting. I remember the boys when they were small, they'd help me, and they were my eyes. Dad, there's a deer. Be quiet. Dad, when do we get a gun? When do we get to shoot? They're 5. I said, maybe when you're 8. Thinking, that's 3 years. They'll forget. No. 8th birthday rolls around. Dad, where's our rifles? Yeah. Remember when I said 2 of everything? Yeah. 2 of everything. I don't even get to go buy 2 guns for myself. So went out and got them rifles. Took them out there, taught them gun safety, taught them how to operate a firearm with proper safety.
Taught them all of that, but didn't teach them how to mind their business, taught them all of that, but didn't teach them to keep their hands to themselves and not bully people. You taught them a whole lot, but a survival skill is not just learning how to kill something or fish. A survival skill is teaching people how to move around in the wilderness of North America, teaching people how to not put yourself in predicaments that you can get hurt or worse. That's a survival skill also. Taught them a whole lot, but you didn't teach them basic, necessary necessities. Didn't teach them any of that. Mind your business is, that right there is that's a necessary necessity to teach anyone. Mind your business. Especially when I can see if someone's being harmed and then you get involved with that. A man beating on a woman, nah, you're not supposed to mind your business then. But if somebody just sitting under a tent, somebody's minding their business, not doing nothing to nobody, that's when you're really getting in somebody's business. When somebody's not bothering you or no one else, and you're being a bully because you don't want them right there. You should have taught them to mind their business.
Understanding how it works, understanding how to clean it, understanding how to take it apart. Matter of fact, I've showed Hunter so much now, he can disassemble my Glock with his eyes closed and put it back together with his eyes closed. Because I tell people, oh, I'm a good shot. Really? You shoot paper targets? Yeah. Oh, okay. Has anybody ever shot at you? What? Yeah. Do me a favor. Do a 50-yard sprint. Stop, and then pull your trigger 3 times. Let's see how your grouping is. Going to the range only gives you muscle memory. It doesn't teach you how to handle a stressful situation. If you're not trained, or if you don't know, you panic, you die. Not my kids. Hunter almost became as good a shot as I am. Now, Austin, he was a little bit more challenged, and Hunter used to razz him. It was funny. But Hunter, he wasn't first. Austin always want to be first. And I'm sitting in a deer stand this past year on a new place that's foreign to us. And I'm by myself. And if you have Facebook on your phone, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It will pop up with like memories from, whenever. So I'm out there hunting. It's the first hunting season I've had without Austin. It's December 30th. I can remember it well because my phone pops up. Memory. And it's the memory of the day that Austin shot his first buck. And I have it videoed. And I do an interview with him. I thought I had misplaced the video because I looked for it, never could find it. But it popped up that day while I'm hunting. And at that time, I look over to my right. I see a cardinal. Now, I know not everyone may believe it. July 31st are my son's birthdays. July 31st, we had football parent player banquet and it to start the season to get us off. Kyle's my ride and die.
I'm moving along, brother.
If I need something, I can pick up the phone.
I know that we don't need to hear his glorification, and his stories. We don't want to hear that. I'm moving along. Yeah, I agree, my brother. People, I agree.
Everyone stood and clapped. I can't even explain how I felt. It was bittersweet. I was so happy for Hunter and so proud.
You can lie.
Cross, I'm praying to God. Please let us get this victory. Ball snapped. Carson kicks it. I don't breathe. He goes through for the win. The eruption, the sheer emotion showed by them, every person on that field and in the stands. We all knew who else was watching. You're in the bleachers and you witness a murder and your friend dies in front of you. Are you going to have PTSD? Do you need counseling? Is it going to affect you for the rest of your life? These are 16, 17-year-old kids. These are people who had to get up on the witness stand and tell the story again.
Yeah, and you were coaching them, according to some people. You were coaching them. You're looking in their faces, probably making threatening gestures and everything. According to what was said, according to what was reported, you were making threatening gestures to some of those young people who were testifying, and then a lot of them was testing lying. They were testing the lie because a lot of them switched their testimony from what they gave in the police report. So it's a lot of deception, and it's a lot of crookedness that went on in that courtroom. A lot of corruption went on in that courtroom.
Every one of them had to relive it. Most are in counseling. Most are still affected by it. It didn't just tear my family.
Exactly, my brother P. Moses. It doesn't matter. He was wrong. He was wrong for putting his hand on him. He was wrong after he told him not to do it. And then how the news was reporting the Carmelo situation when it happened. They're making him, they say 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony stabbed 17-year-old, making him 2 years older than Austin Metcalf. They never say he was 17 at the time of the incident. They're calling him 19 because that's how he is. That's how old he is now, and that's not right. And they're saying that he asked them to move from under the tent, and he automatically said, "Touch me and see what happens." Who does that? Nobody says, "Touch me and see what happens," unless they're somebody threatened to touch them. Nobody does that. When somebody say, "Leave me alone" or "Don't touch me," that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to not touch them. But nobody says, "Touch me and see what happens," absent a threat. You know how crazy that sounded. Anybody believe that is stupid? Can you please move from under the tent? Touch me, see what happens. Who does that? Nobody does that.
Family. It tore a community. I got letters and phone calls from people who don't even.
I guarantee you, if it was the other way around, this would have never happened. You know why? Because we wouldn't have bothered if there's a whole bunch of us under a tent and some white person sheltered in place. We wouldn't have had no problem with that. Get out the damn rain, man. We wouldn't have had a problem with that. Get out the rain. We don't do shit like that.
Know me. Telling me I'm some sort of inspiration? No, I'm not. I'm a human being.
You're absolutely not. You're not an inspiration. You're not. I mean, just now, I agree with you wholeheartedly now.
That's God working through me. I am nothing special.
Damn sure not. I hear you, my brother. P. Moses. I hear you, brother.
I will never be able to replace Austin. I know that. What I'm learning to do and what my counselors taught me is I'm not learning to live without him. I'm learning to live for him. And she said it's healthy for me to always speak about Austin. Some people think it's uncomfortable for me. It's actually not. I actually enjoy talking about Austin. It brings happy memories back to me. I don't look at the sad things. I don't remember him as the kid who got stabbed. I remember him as the kid who looks over and says, "Dad, I think it's a bug. Can I shoot it?" Memories can never be taken away. No one can ever steal them from you. Make as many as you can with your kids while you still can. Because one day, they're going to grow up. They're going to leave. I pray to God it doesn't wind up in the situation I'm in where they pass before you do. But there's no guarantees in life other than taxes and death. And hell, I know people that cheat death and taxes. So I don't know. What kind of commitment or what kind of job or how did you contribute to society while you were here? How'd you leave your mark? What were you known for? Ask your friends, ask your sons, ask your daughter.
Now, this guy, if this guy would be, he wouldn't even be heard of if this incident didn't happen. Nobody would know who he is if this didn't happen. Nobody would know who any of them are if this never happened. This was a tragedy, a high profile case that, it was preventable. It was totally preventable. With somebody just mind the business. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Period. Salute to my good brother and comrade, old dude. Thank you for joining, my brother. Simple as that. Mind your business. I mean, this one of the main things that most of our parents teach us. Our parents teach us to mind our business to the point that, let's say, when we were younger, and your parents are having a discussion with their friends, say your mom or your dad having a discussion with their friends, and you said something. In our household, you are lucky that you don't get a backhand because nobody asks you. You don't get into grown folks or, conversations unless you're invited into that conversation. We were taught at an early age to mind our business. If two adults are talking and some young person feel like they're going to join that conversation, you are lucky if you don't get a back slap. That's how we grew up. We were taught to mind our business and stay out of grown folks' business. That's what we was taught at an early age. Mind your business. Was taught that at an early age. I know my parents didn't play that. Didn't play it. But they don't teach their children to mind their business. They teach their children that they can step to somebody and ask them where they're going and then want you to prove. Sometimes they want you to prove you live here, where you live. Asking you questions like that. They step to people like that. And then wondering why they're getting cussed out. You don't get in a man or a woman's business. You don't get in somebody's business. Mind your damn business. That's the first thing you should be teaching, especially when your child's going to be going abroad and they're getting older and they're going to be going to high school and they're going to be going anywhere without you. Got to teach them how to move, but evidently he didn't teach his sons how to move. He taught them, okay, you big as hell, so you can push your weight around. Somebody tell you no, tackle them, or use your jiu-jitsu. Use your martial arts on them. That's what he taught his sons. He said he taught his sons survival skills. No, survival skill is learn how to stay out of trouble and out of conflict. That's a survival skill. Staying out of conflict. Avoiding conflict. That's a survival skill also. Avoiding conflict. Conflict resolution is a survival skill. But when you are telling somebody to do something and they say no to you and you get brolic, you get violent, you get threatening, that's not a survival skill. Because everybody's not scared of somebody who's big, but you got to be real careful when that person is scared. That's the thing. When a person is scared, that's what you got to worry about when somebody's scared.
Others, how do you see me? What do you think about me? Look yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself, who am I? Are you lying to yourself? Or can you look yourself in the eye? I've taught my boys about respect, integrity, humility, love.
So here we go with the capping now. Humility, integrity, love, respect. If you taught them that, they didn't listen. I know a lot of parents teach their children that, and sometimes children go from how they were taught. I know that happens. A lot of times children don't go in the way they was taught by their parents. Sometimes that happens. I'm not saying this is the case, but sometimes that happens. You see somebody out there, you be like, damn, that's such and such child, that's such and such son. And you be like, oh, that dude from a good family. They don't always go in the way that they was taught. They don't. I'm not saying this is the case, because based on his behavior, his sons got everything they do from him.
Kindness. There was a story that was once told to me. I'm sure many people have heard it. I'm going to condense it. About the old Indian chief talking to the young buck. He says, inside you lives two different animals. The wolf, the bear. And they both fight. And the boy asks, which one wins? One is hate, envy, jealousy, rage, love, kindness, humility. Which one wins?
The dude trying
the
to
answer
sound
was
deep.
the one you feed the most.
Trying to sound deep. I don't want to hear this. Him trying to sound deep. I really don't.
She's my rock. in time is one of those tack points I talked about where your life changes. Changed me forever. Made me a better man. Gave me the opportunity to experience something. Unless you're a parent, you don't get it. I understood my parents way better when I became a father. My mother.
Yeah, my brother, P. Moses, I wasn't always a big guy. I was one of those guys that over the summer, when I went back to school, teachers looking up like, what the hell happened to you over the summer? Grew about 3-4 inches over the damn summer, brother. You know, and started spreading out wide, muscles and everything. I mean, just over the summer. I was one of those guys. If you saw pictures of me when I was younger, you'd be like, damn, they don't like the same person. I look the same in the face, but my physicality, you'd be like, damn, brother Nasir.
79 years old, who just retired last year and got married. Wow. My mom, she's my rock.
What the hell happened?
And I'm not saying this for the better. But Frisco ISD, with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in. But you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium. After fumbling, I said, it's either you.
You know, as tragic as it is that your son lost his life, the world don't stop because of it. It don't stop because of it. Once that area is not a crime scene anymore, life and everything goes on, sir. You think the world's supposed to stop because you lost your son? As tragic as it is, life goes on and things goes on. That's it. It don't stop because of that.
Or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me. You made the decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally on the same ground.
This dude talk as if he's not a white supremacist. That's brother. This man is bugging me out. He talk as if he's not a white supremacist, and that's the crazy thing. If you call a white supremacist, you call them a racist, they get upset. At the same time, while they're exercising, when they're displaying that behavior, they don't want to get called a racist when they display that behavior.
Grounds, my son was murdered 3 weeks prior. Everyone thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lang. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, yeah, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on, yeah, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go in my place. The DA says I can't go. So Bruce shows up and says, hey, did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me. Bruce calls me, tells me where he's at, tells me what's going on. I had no clue I was on speakerphone at that moment. So I'll let Mr. Lang speak, gave him his time, talked about I should be upset and lashing out at the black people and all white people should be mad. And here's the feeling, guys.
He called a grown man a big black boy with a cowboy hat. That's what he called him. A big black boy with a cowboy hat. And I agree, my brother P. Moses. I know, sometimes you live with regrets. And like he said, sometimes you die with a regret. It's terrible that a young man met his demise doing this when it was totally, totally preventable. It was totally preventable. Don't touch me. And then what they said, well, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. But the evidence is not consistent with what they said he said. The crazy part is some Negroes believe that nonsense, bro. Negroes. It's these young cats named the Cartier family, three young Negroes who are clueless, who believe everything that mainstream media says. I never seen such coonery and buffoonery in my life with these three dudes, boy. These are three oblivious young fools who I can't wait for them to get their wake-up call. And I hope it's very harsh. Hope it's harsh. Fools like that, I want their wake-up call to be substantiated, so it could be, etched in damn stone that what it really is.
Like I said before, I'm not racist against whites or blacks. So what I tell Mr. Lang after he spoke, he thought I was going to jump on board and we were going to have this big rally. My exact words were this. Mr. Lang, you, my friend, are part of the fucking problem. I don't condone what you do. I am not associated with you. Take my son's name off your website. Do not use his image ever again. I don't support you. Don't ever mention my name. So all the black people went, oh, well, maybe he's not racist. No shit. Like I said, if you're an asshole, I don't care. I don't like you. Jake Lang is an asshole. He's a white asshole. Charleston White, he's a black asshole. Jackie Chan, if you don't like him, he's a Chinese asshole. I don't care. It don't matter. Frisco ISD then proceeded to do this. This was the icing on the cake for me. Me and Megan went to the school board, went to the school officiating building, asked for a meeting. They granted it. And all we asked for was to have Austin's name read and give a posthumous diploma to his brother. That's it. No big hoopla, no special stopping, no big banners and signs, no bands, nothing. Read his name, empty seat, give his brother his diploma. That's it. They said no. We'll give you some other options. We can do a private ceremony where it's just y'all. What? The response from one of the women across the table was, well, we've had more than one student die this year. Before I could open my mouth, Mama Bear let loose and said, Not in the building at the moment. Okay. Because then they tried to pawn it off. Dr. Mims. Hi, Dr. Mims. Remember me? Sure you do. Because I slid across the emails that were sent to Waltrip. I said, this is why you folded. You're going to look me in the eye right now and tell me you're going to give a diploma to a murderer, but you're not going to give one to my son who was murdered at school under your watch.
So he expect to take and make his son's, posthumous graduation diploma a spectacle and, give some special attention to his son who's not here. And he gets angry. This is what you call self-entitlement. Expecting something, expecting somebody to do something, posthumously for your son. And then he say, you'll give a diploma to the murderer of my son. Look, your son's in a different district, okay, than Carmelo Anthony. And Carmelo Anthony, went to school and successfully completed the courses. So of course he get a diploma. He was able to do that despite being in trouble. Despite being in trouble. Despite being, indicted for murder. Again, if Carmelo Anthony never encountered Austin Metcalf, his record, he would have a spotless record. He'll be college bound now. But because of the encounter he had with your son, the young man, 19 years old, they gave him 35 years in prison on his first charge. And he defended himself. Again, my brothers and sisters, they're sending a strong message to us. Damn if we do, damn if we don't. We can't defend ourselves. We can't even flee. They'll tell us it's okay to shoot our 14-year-olds in the back. They say it's okay for a cop to jump out and shoot a 11-year-old in the face. A Mexican /Mexican, half white Mexican can accost one of our children, a 17-year-old against a 37-year-old, 20 years the little boy's senior, and because he's getting his ass kicked, he ran up on the wrong young boy. Because he's getting his ass kicked, he could pull a gun and kill him. The state of Florida thought it was okay. The state of New York thought it was okay for a young man to be screaming that he's hungry and having a mental breakdown. Instead of somebody saying, okay, young man, go get yourself something to eat, a big-ass Marine sneaks up behind him and choke him out. And then he's trying to get the man's hands from around his neck, and a few down tethers grabbing the young man's hands, holding his hand so he can't take the man's hand from around his neck. Tethers grabbing Jordan Neely's hands so he can't take Daniel Penny's hand from around his neck. End up killing the brother. The state of New York said that's okay. The state of California said it's okay for a young lady, 15 years old, buying orange juice. She got shot with the money she was paying for the orange juice. She got shot while the money was in her hand. It's okay for them to go in our goddamn homes when they were not invited and then shoot our sister, Sonia Massey, in her face. That's okay to them in the state of Illinois. It's okay for Detroit Police Department to be filming an episode of, what's the name of that? First 48. And they walk into an apartment where a 9-year-old Ayanna Jones is on her grandmother's bed, shoot her in her face, killing her. The state of Michigan said it's okay. Officer Weekly got away with that. A school aide got a gun permit, tells the cop that he has a license for it. Cop asks to see it. He reached for the license. He shoots him dead after asking him for the license. How the hell are you going to get the license out if you don't reach for it? Shoots him dead. He wasn't at Philando Castile's car. A minute before he was shooting that man, killing him in front of his woman and his little baby sitting in the goddamn back seat. These people don't value our lives. This man sitting here reminiscing. I can understand as a father reminiscing. I can understand that. But if you're not putting no accountability or blaming your son for that, something wrong with your thinking. Because Carmelo is in the predicament he's in because of the encounter with Austin Metcalf.
He said, it's comes from above. I said, the only person above is Mr. Waltrip. I said, I will wait out front until he returns. So I walked out front. I asked the receptionist, please, I need to see Mr. Waltrip as soon as he's available. I'll sit down with Megan. For 20 minutes, we wait. Then his secretary comes down and says, I'm so sorry, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building today. What'd he do? Run out and hide? Bullshit. He didn't want to face me again. I don't blame him because I'd have ripped his ass up, tore him apart, spit him out in small chunks. I told Dr. Mims,
you wonder why your sons behave like that. Listen to his language and you know how he talks. Yeah, look at him.
What I'm going to do when I walk out of here today, I'm going to contact every news reporter I know, every social media influencer, every person who will listen. And I'm going to scorch you and tell them that you denied my son a diploma. Let's talk about 3 weeks earlier. Oh, that's right. You had an elementary teacher who got arrested for taking pictures of little boys. You think Frisco ISD doesn't have egg on his face already? You tripped over this murder case time after time. You can't wipe your face. It's fucking stained. What's the motto?
His self-entitlement is incredible. His self-entitlement is incredible.
Know every child's name. You're the leaders. I'm supposed to trust you with my kids. I trusted you with my kids. And what'd you do? You didn't have proper security in place. You didn't scan the athletes. How did you get a knife into the track meet? Because you're never.
That's another thing. When they kept saying knife in that courtroom, the defense never objected to that. From my understanding, it was not a knife. And not only that, I thought it was one of those utility knives for the Boy Scout style with the can opener, the bottle opener, you know, like a utility knife. You know, we all carry those when we were younger. I know I did. With all the utilities on it. From my understanding, it was one of those. And it was a school event that wasn't school hours. And I agree with the lack of adults there, because if an adult was under that tent, I'm saying perhaps things would have gone different. It depends on the mentality of the adult there, because you got some racist ass adults that will see a young brother inside with the Metcalf, and then things would have, you know, not necessarily been the same, but probably would have made them leave. I would have made them leave. Well, you can't shelter in place during the rain. What kind of people tell somebody when it starts raining they can't shelter in place? What kind of people does that? This man calling him, I mean, he said he raised his son to be respectful and humble. That's not humility to me. You're gonna tell somebody it's raining outside, you're gonna tell somebody they can't shelter in place? That's crazy to me.
Negligent. That's why. What'd you do afterwards? Oh, change the rules. Oh shit, we gotta do something.
This dude's gonna call every social media platform, every news network, because they'll probably be paying him to get for like exclusives. They'll probably pay him to do interviews. He's going to capitalize. He's capitalizing right now. He's talking about that. That's what kills me when people talk about the money that the Anthony family has, but they don't talk about the money these people have. He's going around doing interviews, and he probably could get some really good money per interview. And I guarantee you, he just said he's going to call every news network and every social media platform. He's going to get paid. He's going to capitalize off of what happened with his son.
Something. Yeah, it done fucked up. What are you going to do now? Resign? Retire? Good move, Mike. How's your wife, Lisa? You can run. You can never hide. You're a shit stain on Frisco ISD for the past 9 years as superintendent. Despicable coward who folds like a cheap tent under pressure from a piss poor activist nobody who does infomercials about his company. Let me be clear that you're a fucking idiot, Dominique.
Sounds like hate to me. You don't sound very Christian, Mr. Metcalf.
Let me be clear. You couldn't put two sentences together without Chat GPT. Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse. Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Drew, you're just an idiot. If y'all want to talk to me, you know where I am. You never once apologized. You never once said you were sorry. You lied your ass off and tried to tell people you paid to offer to pay for my boy's funeral. You couldn't even offer your hand for a handshake. You're a grifting piece of shit. Your character says it all. I don't have to say a damn word.
And you don't have to say a damn word about your character. Your character is saying it all, and your language is saying it all. You're talking about the Anthonys. They're not going around saying this. They're not behaving like this. Those people are conducting themselves as a lady and a gentleman. And because they don't want to shake your hand, they didn't offer you no condolences. Did you offer them condolences? You saying you calling this son watermelon felon. They supposed to offer you some damn condolences? This is that self-entitlement again. Some people feel they're self-entitled.
Your actions speak for themselves. You and your little faggot bow tie? What the hell is that, dude? Maybe you and Chris King are butt buddies. Like y'all swap ties and shit.
Typical white boy statement. always use, they have to use the homosexual innuendos. That's why I say all of them are suspects. They are suspect. They always use homosexual innuendos.
I don't know. He lives in Washington and he's lived here in Plano. He thinks he's some intelligent dude. Really? A 1989 Saab. Oh, I'm fucking impressed. Ooh. Look at me. I talk to my shit all day long. You put it on people so you can't see me. I think you have some serious insecurities, bro. I'm a lawyer. Who gives a fuck?
Now you have serious insecurities, because if you have to say this about others, that says something about your insecurities, not theirs. On top of being silly as hell as a grown man.
You're not very good one. Oh, I've done this, I've done that. You have to brag.
This dude acts just like Donald Trump. He reminds me of Trump, how silly and immature he is, and how much of a dirtbag, potty mouth he is. He reminds me of Trump.
Brag on yourself? You have to blow your own fucking horn? Really? You're not a man, dude. You just want attention. Maybe you're
Listen to this shit, man. Somebody want attention, and he's been going how long? Attention. He's been gone blabbering for damn near 2 hours, and he's talking about somebody want attention. This dude is tripolar. He'll start crying, he'll reminisce, he'll talk about God, and then he go through this metamorphosis and he start crashing out on people. The self-entitlement is incredible.
Your parents didn't give you love when you were little. I don't know. I don't know the way you are. Why? I can't explain it. And you know why? I don't give a shit. You're nothing to me. But yet, where'd you come up with the word Metcalfians? I live in your head every day because you talk about me every day. Dude.
But who's talking about who now? That's the question. Who's talking about who now? So you know, they must be living in your head. If you're talking about them, who's talking about who?
Thank you. I'm so flattered that you think about me. But I'm not your type. Sorry.
If you're saying what you're saying with your, cloudy mind, it has to be a thought first. You're thinking about them, so that's why you're talking about them. So I'm not understanding how you could say you're living in their head when you're talking about them. That sounds crazy.
I figure in a couple months you'll move on to the next hot topic. Or you'll have some legal crusade you can join, maybe, or lead possibly in your 89 Saab. And the only thing about you is I like your dog. That's about it. In your house, dude, I'm not one to judge, but you don't live in some sprawling mansion. Really? Clean your house. You look like a fucking hoarder. Better yet, once you have Tiffany move in and y'all could live together and do a podcast, that would be fun. Stay out of my life. I'm not inviting you in. Go find somebody, go kick rocks in somebody else's backyard. Because if you come in my backyard, you won't be kicking rocks. I promise. To all the people that still want to come fuck with me, go ahead. I'm here. Guess what? I've taken every single blow you have given. And guess what? I'm still standing. I'm still here.
Nobody thinking about you, dude. Nobody thinking about you or doing nothing to you. You're just bored as hell, and you on this crusade to make money. you just trying to get the bag, and it's a wonder why your sons behave the way they behave. They're a reflection of you, outright reflection of you.
All you irrelevant pieces of shit are gonna dissipate. Like a piece of shit in my toilet. When I flush it, it just goes away. The same way, dude. You're all gonna go away. Because guess what? Guess what? You can't make no more money. He's guilty. No more TikToks and debating. Oh my God, Mr. Metcalf is this. He did this. Oh my God, look, Carmelo's a little baby. He's innocent. No, he's fucking guilty. He's going to prison. Yay! Am I supposed to be excited? Guess what? I'm not. Because I don't promote and I don't accept. I feel sorry for that young man. He's fixing to live a living hell. Not that he doesn't deserve it. Yes, he does. But I'm human. And I'm sorry. I don't wish harm or ill will on anyone.
I don't believe that. You're saying he's probably saying that in the event that something happened to that brother. I don't trust this motherfucker for nothing. You probably don't want it to fall back on him in the event that something happened to my brother Carmelo Anthony. Hopefully, he'll stay safe. But they tried to set him up by sending him to a prison with the warden with the same last name as this dude. Turned out they family, but they got him out of there. Hopefully the brother's going to be okay. Hopefully we're going to, get to the bottom of what happened in that courtroom, because it's some corruption happened in that courtroom. Straight up corruption.
It's not the Christian thing to do, man. It's not the way I was raised. It's not what I was taught. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I just know it is what it is. You be you, I'll be me. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. I respect you, you respect me. We get along. We don't fight. We don't stab each other in the heart. If we have a disagreement, you know what? We can use words. And also, we can agree to disagree. And that's okay.
That's cool. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Because I'm quite certain if it was just words, that's what it would have been. But once you start putting your hands on people in a violent manner, that escalates the situation. Keep your hands to yourself. We could have words. We can talk. I'm not against that, but keep your hands to yourself.
Hey. But what's not okay is when you lose control and you do something that you can't take back. And now you're responsible.
I'm quite sure Carmelo is living with regrets. He didn't want to do that. I'm quite sure he's living with regrets because the young brother he got to do at least 17 years before he goes to up for parole. At least 17 and a half years before he goes up for parole. And he's only 19 years old. And he's not a criminal. That's the crazy part about that. Like Lionel Tate. Lionel Tate, years ago, he was playing wrestling with a little girl down in his mother's basement. His mother was a state trooper for the state of Florida. He playing wrestling with her. He handling her rough. Shouldn't have been playing with her like that because it's a girl, for one. Ended up killing the girl, doing wrestling moves on her. He was only like 11, 12 years old. He ain't have it all, but he playing wrestling with the little girl. Killed her. And the judge gave him life. Life. Didn't send him to a juvenile place. He sent them to a adult prison. An adult prison. He spent years there before he was let go. Line on tape. He spent years there. But by the time he got out of prison, that little boy learned to be a criminal. This is what I'm saying about Carmelo Anthony. I hope the young brother don't learn to be a criminal in prison, being around convicted criminals. I hope he don't learn to be one. Because right now, Carmelo Anthony is not a criminal. He was not a criminal when he encountered Austin Metcalf. He was an athlete scholar, someone who saved lives. That's what he was when he encountered Austin Metcalf. But doing 17 years in prison before he's eligible for parole, hopefully he don't learn to be a criminal. Hopefully he get with some brothers there who are productive, who's going to, take care of him and make sure he's okay wherever he's at. And more likely, hopefully, that we get to the bottom of the corruption and they throw that shit out, because there's a whole lot of corruption that went on in that courtroom. Going to keep saying it. The defense was in cahoots with the prosecution. Just found out that they worked in the past at the same law firm. That's a conflict of interest that should have never happened.
Let's open up for some questions, guys.
Okay. I know you've been under the gag order for the past year, and I really hope that this was some sort of release for you. 100% that's what this was for.
Under a gag order. Then you put him on a gag order now. But he put this Christian facade up, this forgiving Christian, what would Jesus do facade up for a whole entire year. But I rather see this side of him. Why? Because it's the truth. I don't like the facade. I don't like the phoniness. I'd rather see this side of him because it's the truth. So we can know who the hell he is. This side works for me. This part of him works for me.
I'll be honest, it is. I'll be honest, it's very therapeutic. I will apologize for the colorful language. I try to refrain from that, but this is the first time in over a year that I'm able to speak. And I feel like the muzzle has been taken off, and I'm a racehorse at the Kentucky Derby in the gates, just waiting for it to open. And, if I offended somebody tonight, I'm sorry, but get over it.
Thank you, Jeff. You certainly didn't offend me at any point. You have every right to say whatever you want to say. The first question I'm going to ask you, and this is a question that a lot of people have been asking me too, it's one of the biggest ones floating around, is do you plan on filing a civil suit?
To be honest, I can answer that question honestly. I do not know at this time what I'm going to do in the future. I was so focused on just getting through the trial.
You can't file a civil suit against the Anthonys. You can't. Not against his parents, because for one, he was charged as an adult. Okay? If you charge him as an adult, that means his parents are only there to support him. You charge him as an adult. So if you charge anybody, it can only be Carmelo. You can't charge his parents with a goddamn thing because he was charged as an adult.
that was the biggest hurdle and the most weight on my shoulders and the most anxiety. So I really wasn't planning that far ahead. Is it an option? Yeah, I'll explore it. Is it worth my time? I don't know yet. Because realistically, I want to move on.
Nah, dude, you want that money. That's why you said you're going to call all these media platforms and TV stations, because it's not that everybody knows what happened. Everybody knows what happened, but you want to sit here and tell your story and as if it's some exciting story. Everybody knows what happened. We don't need to hear it from you. But he's going to capitalize off what happened to his son.
I don't want to keep dragging things out. And if they spend all the money, there's nothing to get anyway. So I really don't care. Money's not going to bring my son back. Going after them, even if I bankrupt them or whatever, it's not going to bring my son back. And you have to learn forgiveness. And God's going to...
I don't believe you. You need more people.
Take care of the rest. Next question.
Okay. Next question. And real quick for people who are requesting, if I don't know you, we're not accepting any requests. So if you want to ask a question, please ask in the purple pill. Or if you're on Rumble, obviously ask on Rumble. Next question is, they want you to talk about the SWATings.
Oh my goodness, the swatting. Yeah. So the first time, first of all, there was a total of 6 for me and twice for Megan. The first time it happened to me, I was exiting physical therapy, which is only about 8 minutes from my house. I get to my car or my truck and I look down and I see my phone. It has 44 missed calls and 10 messages. My physical therapy only lasts for an hour. So I look down, I'm like, what in the world's going on? My phone rings. It's my son, Hunter. Dad, yeah, the police are looking for you. What? The police are looking for you. Where are you at? What do you mean? Call 911. What? Call them. Okay. So I call them.
That's the truth, Paul Roberts. I believe they should use all of this too in the retrial. Because he held all this and now he's showing us who he really is. I believe that also. They should use all of this on top of the evidence that was found as far as in the courtroom, the corruption. Everybody in that courtroom should be recused. It should be a totally different trial from scratch, because from the judge to the prosecution and damn sure the defense, he shouldn't be nowhere near them. It would have been a mistrial if I walked into that courtroom and seen a all-white jury and my attorney didn't do no pushback. I'd have fired him on the spot. It would have been from square one. I'd have fired him. He's fired. He's terminated. I'd have fired him on the spot. No pushback for that? Nah, you're fired. I'd have fired him.
Mr. Metcalf? Yes. Are you at home? No, sir. I'm on my way home. I'll be there in 5 minutes. What's up? I turn the corner to my neighborhood, and there are 25 police cars that have surrounded the entire block, basically. I have a park behind me. There's no houses.
Why does he exaggerate? They probably don't even have that many cops in that city he live in. 25 police cars. Oh my! Why this dude exaggerating like that?
Creek in a park. There are snipers in the park. There are snipers in my neighbor's trees. There are snipers down the street.
Oh, he's that important that snipers came out. 25 police cars and snipers. For Jeff Metcalf. Yeah, okay.
They're a SWAT team. I pull up. I tell them I can open my door from my phone with my security system. I have cameras. Look, there is nobody in my house. I can see inside. I can see outside. I can unlock the door for 30 seconds if you want to make entry. Yes, sir. Tell me when. Unlock. Boom. They come. They sweep the house.
Somebody
All this time, all my neighbors are freaked.
Somebody called and said something's going on at the house. That's what they call swatting. They'll call and say, I remember that happened in my city. Police was everywhere at this house, but somebody from down south called and said something was going on at the house, and SWAT showed up and surrounded the place. But 25 cars, that's a total exaggeration. Total exaggeration.
Freaking out because the presence of this many cops and lights and SWAT and snipers. It was like a scene from a movie, and it was crazy. So I'm like, what happened? Well, someone called and said there was a shooting inside your house. I was like, well, can we catch them? What's the tech? So we'll try. Okay. That was the day, coincidentally, but I don't believe in coincidences, that I was kicked out of the press conference. Coincidence? Maybe. I don't think so. Then it continued. Second time, same thing. Oh my God.
This guy's crazy. He don't have it all. He's insane. He is insane. He needs to do a psychological evaluation. He's insane. You can tell by the way he talks. He's, switching up, going from sad to cussing somebody out to talking about God to trying to be a damn philosopher.
I think they brought the cavalry. It's nuts. Third time. At least now they call me. Are you home? Yes. Okay, we're outside. Come outside. There's 8, 9 cop cars, and I have to go outside and talk to them, show them I'm okay. Third, fourth, fifth time, now we're on first name basis. I tell them, hey, man, next time y'all call, I have donuts and coffee ready. Cool. All right? It's becoming comical. The last time, as they were here, the person who swatted called me, and I showed them the phone. Look, the number generates from the UK. This is how it works. It's real simple, folks. VPN, onion router, onion server. It doesn't matter. There are so many ways. Even I, myself, Mr. Old, don't know shit about tech, could do it. You can't find me. It bounces everywhere. You can't get the IP address. They trace it back to UK and Britain. So what do? They have to send it over to the Britain police to handle it. You think, what do they do with it? Okay. They can't catch them. 6 times. And I think Buffalo Face said I did it to myself. Really? How did you get that fat? You did it to yourself. That's how you got fat. How I get swatted? Your little piss-at disruptors? Your little army of people? Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh, y'all are so fucking tough. You talk a big fucking game, but really, at the end of the day, you ain't shit. I'd scrape you off the heel of my boot.
When was the last time he looked at Austin and Hunter's mother? He act like she's a damn dream to look at or something. Austin and Hunter's mother is not somebody to be bragging about. He's going to talk. I think he's talking about Candace in comparison to Hunter and Austin's mom. Brother, you don't have the you don't have the you shouldn't have the audacity to talk about her in comparison to who you had children with. Don't do that.
And normally, I don't normally attack people like this, but I have been cooped up and caged up in this anger and this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop it and funnel it into a more constructive way. But tonight is the one time I'm going to allow myself, it's okay. Tonight I'm going to allow myself to say what I really want to say. Because most of the time I don't say what I want to say because it's not correct. Just because you think something doesn't mean you believe it. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't make it a fact either. Because all you believed, Carmela was innocent. Newsflash, guilty, prison. You were wrong. Admit it. But no, what do you do now? Oh, there was no black jurors. You know what?
A conviction doesn't say that it doesn't mean somebody's guilty. It just means they were convicted, especially in this case. Because I saw a man let go last week. You know, he killed the baby. He killed a 14-year-old. Killed a 14-year-old. State of South Carolina said it's okay that he shot a 14-year-old in the back who he thought was stealing. Turned out he didn't steal nothing. And he still shot the little boy, taking his life. So they thought that was okay. So, nah, a conviction or a acquittal don't mean the person wasn't guilty or was guilty.
Why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shits. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your fucking daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore.
Just like you, right? Just like you, dude. Just like you. Here we go with the stereotypes again. Just like you.
You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all. You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real. Because it ain't only black people.
I know it's not only black people. White people are the main recipients of welfare EBT cards. You know, you got people who are, you got people in Lakewood, New Jersey, who was just caught in a ring stealing $2 million worth of damn welfare. $2 million, and they're living in $500,000 to $800,000 homes in Lakewood, New Jersey. There's no home in Lakewood, New Jersey under $500,000. Not one. But what's crazy about it is these people were given asylum. They wasn't even charged. They was given asylum, and they were organized. They were organized. The crazy part, when you do organized crime, no matter what, it's supposed to be a RICO charge, but they got immunity from it because of who they are and what they are. They were Jewish people. So they refused to charge them in Lakewood, New Jersey, for stealing over $2 million worth of welfare.
White people do the same shit. I'll call them out just as hard as I'll call you out. Anybody who doesn't work, who wants free government handouts, who wants to live in a socialistic society, move to fucking Russia. This is America. Be respectful of this country. We have many people who have fought and died for this country so you can run your mouth. Thank a veteran. They're the ones who lay their ass on the line for you, who sacrifice for you and this country.
No, they didn't. The veterans were lied to. The veteran was used as economic hitman for corporate America. So you can't bring that patriotic bullshit to me. That's what the soldiers are now in Iran. Economic hitmen. They're here to secure. They're there to secure stuff. Resources. Every war that America fought, it was about resources. It wasn't about what they said it was about. Soldiers being misused. That's, to me, that's traitorous and that's treason. And anybody do that, I don't care if he's a president, the Joint Chief of Staff and the Colonel and the General should go arrest that person. Lock his ass up for using the soldiers for his own personal needs. And that's what's being done now. That's what's always been done when it came to. There's not a just war that the United States ever fought. Not one. They lied to the people. Every single war they fought was a basis of a damn lie. But you got patriotic soldiers who thought they was fighting for their country that was sent to steal, to be thieves, armed thieves. I know soldiers. I know some soldiers who told me what he did. And he's ashamed of it. I know soldiers who told me what he did when he was in Iran and Afghanistan. And he didn't like what he was doing. He came home on a furlough, didn't want to go back.
I didn't serve. I was not fortunate enough to. I wish, looking back in my life, I wish I would have. But at the time when I was that age, my life was not all together. But those people who sign up voluntarily to defend your rights so you can run your mouth.
They're not defending my rights so I can run my mouth. That's a lie. They're not defending my rights so I can run my mouth. They're defending my rights so I can run my mouth from who? Who are they defending my rights to? To another nation? They're not defending that. Let me tell you something. They deny us democracy in our face, and they try to they say they are establishing democracy somewhere else. Let me tell you what democracy is. It's the rule of the people, right? So if a people in another country is living according to how they want to do things, that's their democracy. If America goes to another nation and saying they are establishing democracy, that's a dictatorship because you want them to run their country like you run yours. That's not democracy because the rule of the people is the rule of the people in that particular nation, not running it like the United States. So if you go over to, like, say, Russia or any other country and say that you're going to establish democracy, you're not establishing democracy. If you're changing the way those people live in their country, that's their democracy. That's what democracy is about. It's say the rule of the people. If they agree to how they're living over there, that's their democracy. So you can't say that you're establishing democracy in another country and you're changing the way they live. No, that's a dictatorship. That's regime change. It's not democracy. Yeah, I need some of those videos, my brother. I'm not going to be able to get to them this evening, but I need some of those videos. I do, because I want to revisit some of the videos that they're putting out, because we need to revisit this.
Mouth. You show them respect. You don't kneel for the national anthem. You respect that flag. You don't like this country? Guess what? You're free to leave.
That's what kills me, when the colonizer tells somebody to leave this country. You can't say at the same time somebody's free and the soldiers fought so for them to have the rights. You have a right to say, express your, it's in the amendments that you can express your your grievance to the country. So you can't say if somebody don't like the country, they're free to leave. Because the people who, the real American is us, not you. I know we are the real Americans, and everybody else came after us. So you can't tell us, or we don't like what's going on here. No, if we don't like what's going on here, we change it. We don't like it here, we change it. You don't tell us to leave from where we're from. You leave. If we told you to go back where you came from, where are you going to go? You're not a native nowhere. You don't have an origin nowhere on the planet. You would have to leave Earth if we told you to go back where you came from. Where would you go? You don't even originate in Europe. Not even Europe. So if we told you to go back where you came from, where would you go? To oblivion. That's where you would go.
I'll even get you a fucking plane ticket. If you don't love this country and you're not patriotic, you have the free will to go somewhere else.
The real patriot speaks out against the government that's tyrannical. That's the true patriot. They see the government crooked. They see the government or the president not behaving how he's supposed to behave. Rights are being taken away. Unjust wars. Lying to the people every time he opens his goddamn mouth. That's a true patriot who check that. Not go alone and get along. That don't make you patriot. A real patriotic soldier will stand up to Donald Trump and tell Donald Trump, you're under arrest for crimes against humanity and for misusing the soldiers for your personal gain. They will arrest him. That's what a true patriot would do, will arrest him. Lock his ass up for treason, sedition, and all that. Because the true patriots are the ones who call out the government if it becomes tyrannical. And that's why they said people could form militias in the event the government becomes tyrannical. That's why you can form a militia.
Look, we change presidents every 4 years. If you don't vote, don't bitch. If you want,
vote for who and why. And not only that, even if you don't vote, you pay taxes. You don't have to vote for a crooked ass politician. You don't have to do that. You don't have to participate in that bullshit. Because there's a bunch of nonsense. You vote for people to not serve you. That's why I can't understand these fools that tell people, and some of our people do the same thing. If you don't vote, you shouldn't be saying nothing. That's a bunch of nonsense. If you're paying taxes and your money is floating through this economy, they're taking money out your pay and you're paying taxes, you have say-so. Having a say-so is not putting somebody in charge over you, voting somebody in to not serve you. Because all these politicians serve themselves and their constituents. And the further and further up the ladder of politics, the more far removed the politician is from the people. The mayor is reachable. The city council person is reachable. They're reachable as far as proximity, but they deny you to talk to them. Sometimes mayors don't even want to come to city council meetings because he knows or she knows that she's not doing what she's supposed to do. But when they start becoming governors and senators and congressmen, then their ass is going to DC. And they're more and more far removed from you. The further and further up the rank and file of politicians are far removed, they become from the people. So why would you vote for them? And when all they do is serving themselves and their constituent.
Want something change in your community? Get off the couch. Quit watching TV. Be involved. Be present. The only way change occurs is by you putting in the effort. So
Truth, we're trying to only take questions from the list here.
Okay.
Okay. Next question is there a way to contribute to the scholarship fund that is in memory of Austin?
yes, there is. I believe it was posted at some point on my Facebook page. I know I dropped a $5,000 donation myself into it. Now, Megan, she needs to be credited. She was the one, and friends of hers who got that all set up. Also, Halo Pizzeria.
I hear that shit.
And comes back through that door. Do I think justice was served? No. There's all types of justice. Street justice, legal justice, but no justice. No. Austin will never come back through that door again. That boy, he has the ability right now, actually, to be out before he's 40. He could still have a wife and kids. You tell me, you think that's justice?
No, justice wasn't served. If justice was served, Carmelo Anthony would be home with his family. Carmelo Anthony would be college bound. If justice was served, he'd be college bound. That would be justice, because as tragic as it is and was, your son started the whole ordeal. Again, he could have just simply minded his business. As tragic as it is, we don't teach our children to go around stabbing people. It would be wrong if we did teach our children to go around stabbing people. We don't teach our children to go around stabbing people. Yet, if you push somebody to the point that they're that afraid of you and they defend themselves, what do you expect when somebody's that much bigger than you and you are pushing up on them in a violent manner? What do you expect? I see cowardly ass white boys starting shit. As soon as the fight starts, they pull a gun out. Because they carry a gun and they want to use it. Because it's no good if you don't pull it. I see it all the time. I saw a big ass man about my height punching a woman repeatedly in her face. He had the gun out and he was punching her, uppercutting her, hitting. Instead of the dude recording it, he could have been out there, helping her. He's like reacting to it. He's repeatedly punching his sister in the face. He had a gun. That's a coward. They do it all the time. I saw a video where this white cat was at this man's car barking on his woman over a parking spot. He pushed the man off his car away from his woman. The man fired and shot him and killed him. They do stuff like that just to agitate us. And then as soon as the fight starts, they shoot and kill an unarmed man. Trayvon Martin was a 17-year-old unarmed boy. 17 years old. The same age as these two young men. And a 37-year-old man after he was told to not approach Trayvon Martin, he did it anyway. That was supposed to be a charge. The state of Florida said it was okay for him to do that. If you start a fight with somebody and they beat your ass, you're supposed to wear that. That's it. You're supposed to wear it. You started it. Trayvon wasn't the aggressor. Off times when even this cat Chud the Builder, he go around calling people out their name and stuff, and when a fight start, he pulling out a weapon. He where he belonged, because he was gonna end up meeting his demise one day if he'd have stayed out here doing that. He was gonna meet his demise one day. He would have ran up on the wrong person with that, and it wouldn't have been no fist fight. He would have got his arms folded.
Nah. No, I'm not happy with the sentence. No, there was no justice served. It's a process that we have in place to control our society. They're called laws, and we have to abide by them. I'm no different than anybody else.
He's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite, because they know damn well if the roles were reversed, they'll be saying that Austin defended himself. If Austin was the little small framed brother and Carmelo was Austin's size, they'll say he's fearing for his life. Nothing worse than a white man fearing for his life. And the saddest thing to see in this world is a white woman crying in their sentiments. They turn on the waterworks, that's it. And they weaponize that shit. Turn on the waterworks in a heartbeat. They're trained to do that shit.
I have to abide by them too. So whatever decision the court made, I have to abide by, whether I like it or not. Life is kind of like a shit sandwich. No matter how much bread you got, it still tastes like shit when you eat it. Next question.
He has the nastiest mouth to be such this, so-called pious religious person. The nastiest mouth.
Do you think that Carmelo Anthony ever showed any form of remorse?
Zero. None whatsoever. The family?
That's a lie, because and she's saying she giving these questions to trigger him too. She liked this shit. That's nonsense, because according to the police officer that arrested him, he was concerned for Austin Metcalf. He asked the cop, was he going to be all right? He said he did it. He confessed to it. He said, yes, I'm not alleged. I did it. Is he going to be okay? And the cop said he was crying. He was crying and concerned for Austin Metcalf. So he's lying.
Who continue to spread lies. Kevin, hey, Mr. fucking Squeaky. You're silent all of a sudden. Where'd you go, bro? Huh? Thought you'd come visit me. You're the only one without a criminal record. I mean, you can cross straight lines and not worry. Come on. I'll promise. All my ARs are locked up. You're safe here.
I wouldn't trust this dude for nothing in the world. And who are you, somebody to talk to? This is self-entitled thing again. Expectation, putting expectations on other people and thinking they have to do something. Who are you that somebody got to talk to you? Nobody have to talk to you.
What about all you other grifters who want to jump on board? All y'all think since you have a phone and a voice that you're important? Oh, look at me. I have a platform. I got followers. That's your life? That's your identity? Good for you. It works for you? Hey, man, that's your gig. Cool. Doesn't bother me until you bring it in my lane. You bring your shit in my lane, I'm going to run your fucking ass over.
Yeah, and that's where your son learned this mentality at. Your deceased son learned this shit from you. Everything about him came from you. And you're showing everybody that. Showing it to everybody.
It's over. You understand that? Don't underestimate the old man. Anybody seen Dirty Harry? Clint Eastwood? Anybody know who that is? If you're old, you do. Yeah.
This dude is not old as I am. You look old. You look older than I do, but he's not old as I am. I think he's in his late 40s, early 50s. He's not as old as I am.
Make my day. Make my day, motherfucker. Next question.
The next question is, why didn't the prosecution call anyone for statements before sentencing? Why?
To be honest, I was kept in the dark a lot to preserve the integrity of the case from the DA. So I was pretty much only notified when.
That's nonsense. There was no integrity in this case whatsoever. This case was rigged with corruption, collusion, conflict of interest. This whole entire case, the damn defense attorney through the case didn't cross-examine witnesses. I've never seen such a high-profile case close so fast. I've never seen a defense rest its case. I can understand the prosecution, but I cannot understand how the defense rests its case that damn fast. Never seen that. It's such a high-profile case, and all the secrecy and the banning of media. Only you had to, certain people can come in the courtroom. It was just rigged from the beginning, from the judge all the way down to the defense attorney, the prosecution, jury, and everything. Everything about this case was straight up corruption. All of it.
When stuff was actually fixing to happen that was going to affect me. So I really don't know the answer to that question. Next question.
Okay. Next question. Well, this next one is not a question. They think that you should run for governor.
Let me rephrase that. Thank you, but I will tell you.
The last time I heard of a sentence, a conviction and a sentence at the same day was a story about I think his name George Stinney. He was a little boy that they charged with killing two little white girls. He's supposed to have strangled them and carried them both and dumped them in a river, a lake. He's supposed to have done that. The boy was little. I mean, little like 4'9", but he was supposed to have killed these two white girls and dumped them in a river. They charged that boy with murdering those two little girls. They found him guilty. Of course, all white jury, being at the time it was. We wasn't even allowed to be jurors back then. To this day, George Stinney is the oldest person to ever be executed in the United States. Forgot what age he was. I think he was like 13 or 14 years old. He was so little that his head couldn't even reach the electrodes in the electric chair because they electrocuted him the same day. They tried him, convicted him, and sentenced him the same day. He was sentenced to death, and they carried out that execution the same day. They had to sit him on books because his head, he was so little that his head couldn't reach the electrodes. They executed that boy in the electric chair the same day they found him guilty. And there's no way in hell that little ass boy could have did what he was accused of. And that's what it reminded me of when they had the trial. It was talking about speedy trial. This was beyond speedy trial. And they found him guilty and they sentenced him and took him to prison the next day. I've seen people do stuff like this and they report to prison months later. You got somebody who was convicted of 34 felons. He went to get sentenced and a judge postponed the sentence for 4 years. Donald Trump postponed the sentence for 4 years. And he was convicted of 34 felons. Felons that was of national security, convicted, and his sentence was postponed for 4 years.
Tell you this right now, there are too many skeletons in my closet. Somebody knows where a couple of the bodies are buried, so I can't. So I'm really not into politics. Like I said, this wasn't about race. Please don't politicize it. Besides, politicians, most of the time when their mouth is moving, they're lying.
They also believe that you should start a podcast, but maybe we could talk about that another time. Well, go ahead now.
I have been approached for documentaries, books, podcasts.
And he's going to do every last one of them to get that bag. Every last one of them to get the bag.
Speaking appearances. And I really don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't decided. Like I said, my whole focus was on this trial. That was my finish line.
You're going to get those bags. You're going to get the bags. And he'll probably get a lot of subscribers, sponsors, and stuff because white supremacists will support him. He claimed he's not a white supremacist, but if those white supremacists approach him for sponsorship, whether it's a podcast or documentary, if they approach him for that, he's going to accept it. He's not going to do what he said he did when there was a rally and they using his son's likeness. If they approach him and they want to sponsor him, he's going to accept. He's going to get that bag.
And now that I've reached it, I need to take a little time to decompress, get my head screwed on straight, and figure out what I am. How can I best contribute to society? What is it I can do to help? Because I told you when things happen in your life, your priorities change. Like when I had cancer. One of the things, and I will recommend this. This was a movie I saw many years ago, and it changed my life. And it's called Pay It Forward. And I still do it to this day. I did it this morning, matter of fact. I took my mom to breakfast. We were eating breakfast. This 81-year-old man walks in with his little service dog. He sits down. He has a Charlie Kirk shirt on, Marine veteran hat. He looks over. I said, "Hey, man, I like your shirt." And I said, "Hey, you vet?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "I appreciate your service." First thing he says is, "I'm sure glad that trial's over." So I don't really want to speak across the room. So I get up and walk over to the man. I said, "I am too." I said, "I'm Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf." And I had.
This is a lying ass dude, boy. I don't know who it was, but somebody asked when was the truth coming out. I think it was the brother P. Moses. When is the truth gonna come out? This dude lie every other damn. When you talking about politicians, he need to get into that because that's what he sound like.
I had this shirt on. He said, "I know who you are, and I just want to extend my condolences to you. And I'm so sorry." Before I left, I told the waitress, "Come here. I want to pay for this man's breakfast. Do not tell him until after."
Oh, stop it, please. Stop. This is torture. Well, you're that type of guy, huh?
After we're gone. I'm not looking for recognition. But you watch the movie, Pay It Forward. It will impact you. Maybe not the same impact it had on me. I don't know. But I know it changed my way of thinking forever. Now, I've done this numerous times because, one, I'm not looking for recognition. I don't tell people about it. I don't broadcast it. I damn sure don't go live with it. It ain't about me.
You just told her and us. You just told us. You told you don't tell people about it while telling people about it.
It's about you paying it forward. I've done it in Starbucks line. Hey, car behind me. I got it. Cool. I can tell you another story. 6 years ago, I took my boys out. We ate at Outback Steakhouse. There was a young lady over there and she was in tears. I don't know why she was distressed. I have no clue. I asked the waitress, hey, I want to pay for her meal just after we're gone. 4 months later, we go back to the same restaurant. Me and my boys. Waitress goes, I know you. At first, I was a little panicked. Oh, God, I don't remember you. Did I take you out? I'm so sorry. I don't remember your name. No. She goes, you're the guy who paid for that woman's meal. And I said, yeah, that was me. Her husband had just passed away from cancer. I didn't know how to respond. Like, I had no idea. And she goes, I know. But what you did, what you showed me, touched me to where I do what you do now. So what do you mean? You pay it forward too? She goes, is that what it's called?
Enough of that. Enough of that. I want to thank everybody for coming through, hanging out with your brother. We have to cover down we have to get ourselves together as a people and cover down. Because we were sent a clear message. And I hope that we get the message. I really do. Because we need for us to talk about other than, I'm about the rank and file. That's the rank and file. I'm about the rank and file. That's what I'm about. Soldiering, squatting up, handling business. That's what I'm about. And not being marauders out here committing crimes, but being the vanguard of our communities. Anywhere our people have needs, we need to show up. And we have to take it to the streets. That's it. And help our people. That's what we need to do. I want to thank everybody for coming through. My brother, Milestone Thoughts, D. Allen Warren, P. Moses, Mouthpiece, Old Dude, Bronze Flat Power God. I want to thank you all, my brother Voodoo Child. I want to thank you all for coming through, hanging out with your brother for a little while. And I want to thank the wife my better half. She watched this long ass stream as I did it. You know, kept her up watching this long stream. I usually don't go this long, but I wanted to present this to our people of how people could come to you, you know, like a lamb, as they would say, and they can be a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's why I use the term, and I use the thumbnail, a wolf in sheep's clothing, because they use brother, God loves you, and I'm a Christian. That's just to soften you up and make them think, make us think, or whoever into that, think that they can be trusted. Because our people are very religious. And the one thing that somebody can do to sort of not be apprehensive or reluctant to allow a person near them is to say that I'm a man of God, and that automatically makes people take their defense mechanisms down. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get with you, brother, on that. I'm gonna have to get with you on that, brother. Okay, I'm gonna go check your page out, brother. As soon as I get off, I need to see that, because that's something that needs to be discussed, brother. Yeah, right. If he's Indian, I'm a Cadillac Escalade. If he's Indian, I'm gonna Escalade. But one thing we have to do, brother, we have to cover down and squad up and protect ourselves and our people. And we also got to teach our young ones, our young soldiers, to travel together and don't be by yourself. And when you are together, how to conduct yourselves. And teach them to never be the aggressor. Never be the aggressor. But fight with those who fight against you. Never be the aggressor, though. You got to teach them to travel at least 5-6 deep and conduct themselves like gentlemen. Again, never be the aggressor. But if something happens, you got to do what you got to do. That's it. Until next time, this is your brother Nasir. I leave you as I came before you in the greeting words of peace. Like, share, subscribe. Leave a comment in the comment section. Until next time, peace.
Giving out instruction. I just keep it intact, this is a fact, right and exact, I won't step back. Admiration is the feeling that inspires your brain to make you gain self-knowledge, not go insane.